Tēnā koutou katoa, nā mihi nui kia koutou. Haere mai ki tēnei hui. Te iwi o rangitānei, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our Culture and Sport Committee. And I'm just going to open this session with our karakia. Thank you, Deputy Chair. Tū taua mai I runga, tū taua mai I raro, tū taua mai I roto, tū taua mai I waho. Kia tau ai te Māori tū, te Māori ora ki te katoa. Homie, huie, tai kie. Thank you all. To welcome you all to our space today, that lovely karakia just said, come forth from above, below, within and from the world. Vitality and well-being for all, strengthened in unity. May that be how we go this morning. We move to our health and safety notices. This meeting is being recorded and live streamed on the Council's YouTube channel. Our health and safety procedures for this space are on the screen in front of you. I'd encourage you just to have a read of that. Online participants, and I think we do have some joining us. No officers joining? No. Well, we have no online participants today. That's good news. We have got electronic voting working today. May that be strengthened in unity also. And if we have amendments, then it's helpful to text those through to the administrators as we go, or email them in. And councillors, I will of course say your names, but officers presenting, please make sure you give your name and current job title for the benefit of the recording. Okie doke. If we move to our agenda, first up we have the apologies. And we have apologies for early departure on council business from Councillor Pat Hancock and early departure from Councillor Leonie Harpiter. Anything to add to that? Then I will move those, seconded by the Deputy Chair, and ask you to vote, please. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. I'm not aware of any additional items, and I've not received any declarations of interest. Just looking around in case anything occurs. Nope. In which case, we move to item 4, which is public comment, and we do have public comment relating to agenda item 6 from Bernice Tyree. If you'd like to come forward, Bernice. And members, Bernice asked for her comments to be pre-circulated. Those were on your email yesterday. Thank you for joining us this morning, Bernice. If you could just make sure the green light is on the microphone in front of you, just press the button where it says push. Mr. Mayor, Thank you, Aaron.
Firstly, I wish to acknowledge the diligence shown in completing the feasibility study. Bowls Manawatu has a responsibility known as the Central District, responsible for the administration, promotion and development of the game of bowls. Since COVID hit, Bowls New Zealand has worked collectively with all bowling clubs in Aotearoa to promote health and safety and the participation of games of bowls, encourage and promote bowls as a sport to be played in a manner which upholds the principles of fair play and is free from doping. Manawatu Bowls has responded by establishing accountability for all members to maintain conduct becoming centre standards. Lawn bowls is becoming a well-publicised sport as famous identities merge due to live coverage of lawn bowls. I can report talented, gifted and sometimes controversial figures have gained remarkable feats representing New Zealand at World Bowls Championships. Bowls New Zealand can claim international recognition as the first country to integrate men and women's events. This achievement has been a catalyst for the growth of lawn bowls in Manawatu. How has lawn bowls withstood the pressure of competition from other sports? Lawn bowls offers club members a healthy environment to connect with others and achieve personal goals. For example, Phil Trotter competed in her club single championships recently and is now celebrating a well-claimed victory, 21-15. A really fantastic and real well-deserved victory on the eve of her 90th birthday. I believe Phil's performance highlights the benefits of lawn bowls as a community development model to promote fun, fitness and friendship. Palmerston North and surrounding regions have a diverse population who all share an interest in sports participation. Building this partnership and protecting future generations can be achieved by supporting the future development of lawn bowling facilities, namely a covered facility that would enable Bowls Manawatu to host a national or international event. We are currently restricted from hosting these events because we do not have a covered stadium. The greatest benefit I foresee is an enriched and healthy bowling community with increased membership across all ages. Call it age concern. However, there are no limitations regarding age for participation in lawn bowls. Moving bowls into the school arena is generating popularity. Mums and dads are seen bowling with their children in weekly events. To maintain good health and build positive relationships, it is also evident around centre events. Only recently, a popular bowling couple said, "I do." A strong sense of community has developed within each individual club. This enhances and creates sporting prowess at all levels of competition. Reflecting on the future of bowls in our region, it is thriving, and with the endorsement of the Palmerston North Council, Manawatu Bowls would like to fulfil the following long-term goals: nurture new members in a supportive and friendly space, administer and support the local lawn bowls community, to maintain a budget and appropriate business management practice, to promote and attract revenue to the local area. And I think it's that revenue that is very, very important. Namely, increase membership across a range of ages, cultures, and physical capacities. Bowls New Zealand has developed an international profile for local bowlers who tirelessly give back to our community, offering coaching and training, workshops for juniors. As mentors for lawn bowls, this region has the potential to develop facilities to attract a new culture of bowlers. Individuals who connect to the bowls will enjoy healthier lifestyles, choice, and enjoy good mental health and well-being as a result. Bowls is accessible to all ages and promotes the inclusion of para-bowlers, amputees, wheelchair competitors, to name only a few. Participation in recreation is the driving force behind Sports Manawatu. We all have choices, and my decision to rock up and throw a bowl down a green was deliberate. I had sustained a physical injury and I had to learn to walk. Unable to swim at the age of 65, lawn bowls offered me a challenge, and now here I am today. Bowls made a difference, and as part of the Greater Palmerston North community, I hope I can sway you all to consider the benefits of getting out on the green.
Thank you, Bernice. Are you happy to take questions? Okay. Are there any questions? Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much, Bernice, for coming and talking to us today. I just had one question. I don't know if this is outside your area of expertise, but when we talk about international events we miss out on for not having a cover, do you know how often they come around? Are we missing out a few times a year or once every couple of years? Is it quite a common thing that we're missing out on?
There are regular events occurring. We recently, in Wellington, they featured the world competition. A bowling area can put their name forward for an event, and I guess that's where we miss out. If it rains, we can't offer a day's bowling under cover because we don't have a cover, right? So the program is almost like a racing meeting. You know, the events have to happen day to day. So, but there is a huge potential for this region. It's recognised for elite bowlers. We have two well-known identities within our community that have won medals overseas. So developing on that reputation, it's a huge incentive, I think, for the revenue aspect of the promotion of bowls to be considered.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Harpeter, I had you in my queue and then it disappeared. No, you're good. Bernice, I wondered if I could ask you, talk about bowls as a community development model and reaching into schools. Could you tell us a bit more about those things?
The secondary school curriculum has a requirement to offer sports activities to all students, and the option of having different students considering what they wish to do or what they're capable of. Bowls, if it's applied to people to learn new behavioural aspects of discipline and that, the mental agility that develops, it's an extraordinary asset in a learning environment for students who aren't progressing, maybe academically, to put them into an environment where they can develop skills.
Lovely. Thank you, Bernice. There are no further questions. Thank you for coming in and speaking to us this morning. Colleagues, we're going to bring forward item 6 to consider that now, which is the officer's report on the bowling green. So that now becomes our item 5, the update on covered bowling green. Sorry, we need to resolve to receive recommend the public comment. I'll move that. Councillor Meehan will second. Look for you to vote. Carried unanimously. Thank you. And then we'll move to the update on covered bowling green detailed feasibility assessment and invite Anne-Marie Morey and Aaron Phillips to come forward to speak to that. And I think joined potentially by Brad and Julie, or are they just available for questions? Available just for questions. Okay. Thanks, Brad. Nice to see you. Over to you, Anne-Marie and Aaron.
Kia ora koutou, Mayor and councillors. It is gives me great pleasure, I suppose, to bring this update to you following the completion of the detailed feasibility assessment, which was carried out by Third Bearing Limited. So the report that you have before you contains not only that report, but a report from the Regional Sports Facility Steering Group. And the reason for that is because this facility proposal, which is to cover an artificial green at one of the city's bowling clubs, has been considered to be a regional level facility. You may recall, and similar to other proponent-driven projects, this has a long history, which has been captured in Attachment 3. So there have been several reports brought forward to Council covering merger and partnership discussions, which in amongst have included the idea of having a covered green facility. So just in terms of the key findings, obviously there's a lot of detail contained in both the feasibility assessment and the steering group's report. The main conclusion has been that that Bowls Manawatu probably aren't really in a position to drive a covered facility as a regional bowls centre. That's mainly due because they don't currently have the structures in place for that, particularly in terms of their strategic planning. But yeah, so one of the allied recommendations made in the feasibility assessment really is that is a significant piece of work that needs to, I suppose, gives more certainty around this facility proposal and potentially places it in a much stronger position in terms of trying to get funds raised for it. Just back on the recommendations, there have been a number of recommendations made in the detailed assessment. Just like to note that those are not really recommendations for the council to follow up. They really are recommendations for both Bowls Manawatu and Sport Manawatu, who have been, I suppose, leading work with Bowls Manawatu and the member clubs for a number of years now. So I suppose at this stage, just like to note that those recommendations don't really fall to council, hence the current recommendation really is just to receive the information. Just another, I suppose, conclusion that the detailed feasibility assessment concluded following a catchment-wide analysis and extensive consultation with all of the centre clubs, was that 3 clubs within the city are all feasible options for erecting a cover over a green, and you'll see in the detailed feasibility assessment that those clubs, no surprises which ones they are, Takoro, Palmerston North and North End have all been pursuing this idea for a covered green under their own steam. I suppose just in conclusion, the Regional Sports Facilities Steering Group have really concluded that the proposal needs more work. It's definitely not a stop. This is not feasible. It's more pointing to there are some areas that should time be spent discussing more with the bowling community. It will strengthen the proposal for this facility and place it in a much stronger position to then, I suppose, proceed through the next stages of the decision-making process, which is all around trying to inform investment decisions, both for council and for other potential funders. Aaron, I'm not sure whether you want to add anything?
No, well summed.
So happy to take questions.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. Got off there, Aaron, but maybe not quite yet. And there are some questions in the queue. Councillor Hancock.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Anne-Marie and Aaron. Look, my question's very direct, I guess, and that is the
the report and the various documents actually point to a vulnerability around Bowls Manawatu in terms of their strategic capacity. So in terms of council, what steps can we take to try and actually improve that position?
So we would look to go back to via Sport Manawatu to Bowls Manawatu and ask them to strengthen that strategic direction. There is a national facilities plan that's said for a number of years that there should be a covered green in each centre, so it's quite clear at a national level that's where Bowls would like to go. That hasn't filtered through to the Bowls Manawatu strategic plan yet, but if that was strengthened and that kind of alignment between national and regional aspirations was well summed up, we think it'll strengthen the feasibility of the proposal quite considerably.
Okay, thank you. And just a supplementary on that is that, so we're time-bound in terms of the LTP 24-34. So is it achievable that we actually resolve those vulnerabilities between now and then?
I would like to think so. The Third Bearing Limited that carried out the feasibility study has already done some work on a strategic plan for Bowls Manawatu. They've essentially drafted one, and perhaps a little bit publicly we'll thank them. They did that pro bono. It wasn't part of the work. They volunteered to do that to support Bowls Manawatu, so that the rudiments or the fundamentals are already in place. So it's really just up to Bowls Manawatu to either agree with that or amend it and get the necessary approvals made at their committees.
Thank you, Aaron. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. The Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Anne-Marie and Aaron. I've read the report and thanks for the work that's been done in the background. It's very detailed for what is relatively a small project in the bigger scheme of things. Why have we been so focused on the centre and perhaps not the clubs? Because the sport's very much, and you're a sporting person, Aaron, you'll know that the sport's based around clubs and less so the centre. The centre organises rep teams and those sorts of things.
Sorry, my chuckle with Anne-Marie wasn't in any sense derogatory. It was just working up between us who's answering questions. Agreed. I guess that the challenge here is that, as I understand it, and perhaps some of the consultants will pipe up if I get this slightly incorrect, but that none of the clubs are catch rich, they're asset rich. So there will be a big funding application going somewhere, relatively speaking, depending on whether you choose to support the facility and to what level and what funding the clubs are able to put forward themselves, or the club if it becomes a single club project. Somewhere in the line there's going to be $500,000 to $800,000 to raise, perhaps more. Reasonably big funding applications, and those funding applications, while might be modest in the scheme of various other projects that are around the place, they will be in a competitive environment. And anything you can do to tick off a process that allows easy decision making for the funders when we've got competing projects that they're considering all the time. So we think to give this the best chance of success, it needs to be lined up a bit better, and it's not quite there. We don't think it's the consultants haven't come back and said, oh gosh, you've reached too far, this is not going to work. They're quite comfortable that it can work, but it just needs a little bit of tweaking to get it to easier.
And doesn't it need a champion? I look at my colleague across the room, and softball did this in 9 months, but they had some champions of the project, and they didn't go to this great protracted length. So I'm just saying, why can't Bowls do it?
Yeah, it's a fair comment. I guess the challenge with Bowls, and hopefully this is received reasonably on their part, it's structured a little bit differently to other sports. They own and operate their own facilities. They're financially invested and emotionally invested in those locations. Other sports, say for example netball, whom you've heard about wanting to cover facilities, they're not discussing where the facilities would be and arguing amongst, well that's probably a strong word, arguing, but debating amongst themselves where the right location might be and who's got the best advantages. That's clear cut for a lot of other codes. Most other codes don't own their own facilities. The only other example perhaps could be golf clubs. So Bowls is a bit different, and that makes it challenging. It's its strength and its weakness. Its strength is they have very little reliance on the ratepayer. They ask us for a little bit of land, and otherwise they get on and run their own codes, compared to football, compared to hockey, compared to almost any other code you choose, other than the select few. The weakness is that coming together at a code and providing some strong direction and advice to us and to other funders and to strategic direction is that they're embedded in their own facilities. So we need that push in that direction to make this as viable as possible.
Just one final question, and you've probably nailed it with your last comment. So why aren't we pushing ahead and making a recommendation? Bowles, this is your time, get on with it, refer this to the LTP.
Perhaps a little bit less directly than you might like, we're doing that. We're shifting this back to Bowles now to say you need to do some more work on your strategic plan at the Bowles Manawatu level. In a perfect world, we'd get probably some Bowles New Zealand buy-in and Bowles Manawatu buy into the decision-making process for a location, which will still have to come at some point. The challenge, and we did that, you might recall, with the hockey turf. We had a Hockey New Zealand representative on the decision-making panel for a location decision. The challenge has been that Bowles hasn't been comfortable shifting into that spot of decision-making and giving us strong direction. So it comes back on us, and we'll have to come back to you at some point with how is the tough call made. What is the process, the criteria?
And we can't do that today.
We feel like that'll be cart before horse. We think that the strengthening of the strategic direction, some of the operational discussions, some of the financial modelling needs to happen before the location call is made. The risk
I don't mean the location call, I mean just referring this to moving it along, otherwise we'll sit here and probably discuss this in another couple of years.
I'm not quite clear on how you might like to move it along, so it's quite, if you'd like to...
That's fine.
I take the point, though.
Some of us are quite keen to move it along, yeah.
Yep.
Can I just add, there is a recommendation that the clubs do make a request to council as part of the next LTP. I suppose what you're indicating, Mr Mayor, is council could be proactive and provide for that and not wait for a request.
Councillor Harpiter.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Anne-Marie and Aaron. My question's around, we've been discussing this for the last 10 years, and the code has come to us with 3 different locations. That is a challenge, and the problem they've always had is where does it go? And you don't want to discuss location, but how is that going to be determined through a strategic plan when they can't determine where it wants to be in the city, when we only want one location?
The proposal before you at the moment is that we go away and do a little bit of more work, and perhaps during that there might be some further work on how location might be defined. We have been discussing this, anticipating this question in the last couple of days. If you ask me what a fallback option would be, I would suggest that something like the hockey turf decision be put in place, where we come back to you with a proposed recommendation or decision-making panel, a set of criteria that you would approve, and we would the panel would measure the proposals against, and perhaps a request for proposals from the groups, assuming all the other things have gotten across the line and been improved. That would be a suggestion for a fallback option if we get put in the tough seat.
I suppose where I'm coming from, Aaron, if they can't make that decision, do we make that decision for them, is my question to you.
Yes, that would be the fallback option. Yep.
Thank you. Sorry, do you mind if Brad answers? Madam Chair?
Thank you. Brad, would you like to add something to that?
Aroha mai, tēnā koutou katoa, e hui nei tēnei rā. Thank you. I just wanted to also highlight that we shouldn't be, I think, looking at this, Brad Cassidy, Sport 102, sorry for those listeners, shouldn't be looking at this project from a deficit approach. This is really strength-based. I think I want to highlight the position of council and what it does for community sport and recreation within our city. Elsewhere, we probably wouldn't be having this conversation because the decision would be made for Bowles. That is often financial related, and Bowles may not have a choice. What we do have is Bowles has a choice in this matter, so I see that as actually a strength of being able to move this project into a position that best services their needs now and crucially into the future. This is about growth retention, but also transitioning into understanding that people's preferences for community sport, engagement, recreation's changed. There's a lot of priorities on people, so part of what funders need to see is how is this responding to the needs of the community. Been highlighted, thanks to Bernice. She's highlighted what that means to some of your community members that you serve. So I think going back to what both Aaron and Anne-Marie's highlighted is that, yes, we do have a period of time, but the ball is still bouncing and it's still within the court. And I think that's where we want to continue to leverage off the work that Julie and Third Bearing did around the strategy. And part of it is a buy-in, it's accountability, but also where we want to progress so that we're not having this conversation in years to come, we actually see that Bowls gleaming light and supports a demographic that may be just sitting quietly. And they've gone about their business over the last 10 years, yes it has, but they've also made huge strides to actually get to a position where they can continue to see progress.
Can I do a follow-up?
Thank you.
Brad, do you think they've got the capability to fundraise 1.5 million?
I think what the Mayor had touched on before was a champion, and there are members of the three clubs that are driven to fundraise. At the moment, that's individual commitment from clubs, but I also see that there is other models that have occurred elsewhere, the formation of trusts that bring people together to actually be more committed and see a unified vision. And this is really what this is about. It's about unifying the game. So anything is possible, and the clubs do have aspirations to achieve this. It's the real question is the time frame and the level of commitment to work collaboratively, and that's been threaded through the report. There needs to be partnerships and there needs to be collaboration for it to work. The other flip side is that if we know we come down to one club and they get to benefit, there's going to be ramifications for the other clubs. What is that going to mean for the membership of those clubs? And also, what does that mean for the code? So all that needs to be digested and also considered.
All right, thanks, Brad. Councillor Finlay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got one or two questions to ask, and Brad, if you could stay there, because I think you'll be answering some of them. With strategic plan, this new strategic plan that you talk about that Bowls have got, is the relationship with the national organisation in part of that strategic plan?
Yeah, so the development of that strategic plan was done in consultation with the steering group member from Bowls New Zealand. In addition to Third Bearing had conversations with the CE of Bowls New Zealand. And so part of it is that when we look at the facility, the hierarchy or the decision-making process, alignment to strategy is crucially important to understand whether or not they're going to be able to deliver on what the national body wants to do. Appreciate that's local, but certainly the draft document identified what the centre believed was important, and in order to get us to a position where we'd had some certainty around the cover.
And the national body is happy with it as it is?
In the draft, yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harper has said that we've been doing this for 10 years. It's a lot longer than that. I could think it's been 12 or 15 years that we've been discussing this. Well, it goes way back to when Terrace Ann was thinking about, moving. And we were looking at which club was going to be doing what. So it's 12 to 15 years. And really, when you look at Bowls, whether we like it or not, is the question coming now?
We're all hanging out for it.
I was building up to it. Bowls would be the really the main sport for older people in Palmerston North, would it not?
Competitive, are you?
Yes.
It's one of, but I think crucially, if competition, yes, is important, but I think it's also about exploring what are the other opportunities for our kaumātua to be active, gardening, walking, there's a whole range. But yes, absolutely, it's complementary to the wider spectrum of activities we want to be able to, this city wants to provide for its residents.
I remember a few years ago we got some numbers from Sport Manawatu and who play what sport. Do we have an update of those numbers, people who play bowls, who play hockey, who play netball, etc. in the city?
Yes, there is. I don't know off the top of my head at the moment, but it's part of the review of the facility plan.
Could that be circulated to the councillors? Thank you. And the last question, when it comes to where we put the covering, wouldn't it be best to be in the club that has the most greens? Would that not make sense? Especially we're looking at international competition, etc., etc. What would be silly to have one in a club that's got 3 greens, but when it had a club that had 6 greens, you'd cover the 6, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's a great question. When we, I refer back to the preliminary feasibility that we did alongside the bowl steering group, the club steering group, which involved Tākaro, Northern and Terrace End at the time. That was a consideration in terms of the main site. I suppose what changed that view is the link back to the national body, and in particular drawing on what Bernice was talking about there around what would attract national events to the city. They see that it's not necessarily the number of greens, it's actually certainty that the event can take place should inclement weather occur. So that's why we're missing out, is that we might have artificial greens that you can still roll on. What they're asking, or what they're wanting to make sure of, is that that there's certainty that if a region is going to host an event, that can take place. What doesn't affect them is that can be from 8 a.m. in the morning till midnight. That's not the worry. But going back, yeah, that's in some ways ruled that notion of having more green. If I flipped it around the other way, what would be great if we had really strong clubs, and it wouldn't be a question.
Okay. One last question then. If we had a covered green in Palmerston North, would people be able to practice in winter? Would it open it up over winter for people to practice, etc.?
Yeah, I would absolutely say that would be the case. It still happens now. It's just not a good participant experience. And noting that there's going to be 2 additional artificial greens.
Therefore, that would attract more people to the sport, would it not?
It would certainly firm up those that are involved as members, and I would argue that it potentially creates opportunities for residents to participate.
Thank you. No more, Mr.
Thank you. There's a few people popped into the queue. I'm a bit worried that they're all interested in competitive gardening. I think you've opened a can of worms there. Elected members, can I ask you to try and focus your question rather than explain all the background to it? Councillor Meehan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brad, first I'd just like to touch on a comment that or an answer to one of Lou's questions.
One of Lou's stories.
You comment on other sports that have the same numbers of elderly folk playing. Can you just give me a couple of examples?
Oh, sorry. So just in terms of what older people do?
No. I'm not talking about activities, walking stuff. I'm talking about playing a competitive sport.
Oh. Golf. If I look at both Tākaro and believe North End croquet. So that I would argue, and then there's also a new form of croquet. Can't recall off the top of my head, but those are examples of activities, competitive activities that our kaumātua can play.
Thank you. Thank you. Any 90-year-olds at those competitions won titles lately?
Probably doesn't need an answer, thank you.
Have you joined?
Anne-Marie, did you mention there is a steering group?
Yes, there is a regional sport facility plan steering group, which is made up of all of the councils. It has representation from staff from across the councils, plus Sports Trust staff. Brad chairs that steering group, and Zanta Jones, sorry, I forgot to mention Zanta, who's from Aotearoa, Spaces and Places consultant, also sits on that steering group.
Do we have an actual steering group focused to this project?
There was a working group established for the development of the feasibility assessment, and that was made up of Bowls New Zealand, Bowls Manawatu, representatives, plus myself and Brad, who worked with Third Bearing in the development of the feasibility assessment.
No councillors assigned to that?
No.
Okay, thank you. Just another question, hopefully you can answer it. Could you tell me the cost so far for all the red tape? I mean, our feasibility studies to date over the 10 years, roughly? I'm happy with the ballpark figure of what's been spent.
I'd have to come back to you on that. This was a program funded in the last LTP as a result of a number of submissions coming forward. There were 2 programs included in the 2021-31 LTP for bowls-related projects. They were considered but not funded. Based on the submissions received, this was a funded piece of work through the LTP at around $50,000 for this detailed feasibility assessment for this proposal.
Okay. One other question I had that I'd like to just tease out a little bit more, Councillor Finlay touched on it. What has it ever been thought that we do a checklist and we go, here's the best place for a covered bowls, let's go there? Has that never been thought of or done?
Sorry, can you just explain a bit further what you mean?
Like we go through and we go, we've got 3 clubs that want covered greens. Have we not just taken the bull by the horns and gone, okay, here's a checklist, we go off the checklist, here's the best one for it, there it is, when the others get up to that standard, you can apply for one as well?
Well, essentially that has been done within the feasibility assessment. There's various criteria applied to each of the sites under consideration. I think in this case there's probably a balancing out of how each of the clubs score against those particular criteria, which has, I suppose, left us in a position where we have 3 clubs that are all different, but I suppose on balance have come out through the end of that quite detailed and quite rigorous process. Yeah, I mean, we're in the situation that we're in where there is no one club emerging clearly ahead of another based on all of that analysis.
Got you. Okay. I did have a final question, but it has slipped my mind. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As someone who hasn't been a part of this bowl saga, I feel like we're completely missing the point here. So can you confirm my understanding is correct? This report has assessed the 3 potential locations and determined that each one of them would be suitable to receive the funding and suitable to get a covered green. Is that correct of my read there on page 35?
They're all suitable for development for a covered green. In terms of their suitability for the funding, I'm not quite sure.
In terms of us giving them the funding?
Well, that would be your decision to make.
So why would we not commit today to funding 300,000 of it with the decision of where it goes to be left to Bowls Manawatu within the next 2 years? Why would we not make that commitment today if we're happy with all 3 locations?
I might be able to answer that. So in terms of the regional sport facility plan, we've got a stop-go.
Yep.
And where we are at the moment, we've finished detailed feasibility assessment. There are still some questions still outstanding as part of that process. Those need to be strengthened in order to give, I believe, this council certainty that it's money worth investing. I guess the other key principle in addition to this project is there's actually other facility projects that are in a similar boat, and they need to be presented to this council to ensure that you have the evidence to make an informed decision.
Okay, but is that main question that has been answered the location, or are there other questions aside from the location that need answering? Because I feel we've got a 40-page report here that seems to have answered most of those questions apart from the location.
Yep. My preference in terms of the recommendations that we've highlighted from a steering group perspective is that they need to be undertaken in order to strengthen the case. This council might commit a level of funding it's happy with, but there's also additional funding that would need to be sourced from the community, and that's where that could fall over.
And so in terms of us helping you, in terms of your funding applications, would a council commitment of $300,000 not strengthen your ability to apply to funding organisations and get that funding because you've already got that commitment from the council? I'm trying to help here. I'm just trying to understand. I'm just trying to understand why we would push this off for another couple of years rather than giving you the strongest position to access that funding as soon as possible.
One of the keys to making important funding decisions is that it should be locked into the council's LTP.
Absolutely.
Or equivalent. So I believe under the process we've still got time to work with Bowles to deliver on what we've outlined to provide the council with certainty around the decision, funding decision.
And so my final question then is, so the $300,000 that's reported, that's in this report, is that in our last LTP, or is it something we would have to add to our next one, possibly? Have we got a budget line there already?
No, there is no current budgets for any facility development on bowling clubs.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to explore around location. Are the three clubs wanting to make that decision amongst themselves?
At this stage, there's uncertainty. The reason why I say uncertainty is that whilst we've done an assessment of those locations, the various funding models that those clubs are exploring aren't necessarily tangible at this present point in time. I think we'd need to have a bit more certainty around what that looks like, but crucially, if I go back to the partnership and the collaboration, it's outlined within the report is that we see the centre in its position being crucial to support the covered facility proposal.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair.
Councillors, I'm seeing quite a number of people pop back in the queue for a second go at questions. Can I just ask you to consider whether those questions might have already been asked and answered before you launch into that? Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thanks, team. Really appreciate it. Just your last comment there, Brad's given me another question to ask on back of Councillor Barrett. So what thing we're trying to understand is the three clubs that are identified in the feasibility assessment, are they all on board with a covered facility being up and managed by the centre?
No. Within the DFA, we did an assessment and explored different options of how the facility would be managed. It made sense at the time that, based on club feedback, those options were should be highlighted within the report, is that the centre wouldn't necessarily manage the facility, but would be a partner within the asset. I think crucially is that they also become a funding partner.
Sure. Okay.
Bowles Centre has the membership, and so the centre becomes an asset for all bowlers to use, not just maximised by the individual club.
Thanks, Brent. Just to follow on, Madam Chair. Anne-Marie, before did you mention that the council is likely to receive applications from each of the clubs?
I suppose if any club emerged, then they could make a request to council for funding through the LTP process.
Sorry, Emery, I'm talking about the 3 clubs that are identified in the report. Are we likely to receive applications direct from them for the same facility? Are you aware of that? Is that what you mentioned before?
That is a situation that we would not want to see. I suppose that's why we have laboured the point around that critical piece of the strategic direction being in place to guide that decision around location, and also some of the other recommendations that the Regional Sports Facility Steering Group have made should, I suppose, result in a preferred location being established through further work.
Sure, okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. If I could ask a question myself here. I think in your comments, Anne-Marie, or it might have been Aaron, mentioned other proponent-driven applications. In terms of this process, can you put the bowls discussion in the context of who else is going through this kind of process? Why is this process, why do we have this process to enable this decision-making? It's a very long, drawn-out, expensive process. Why do we bother?
When Council was presented with the Regional Sports Facility Plan in 2018, there was a commitment made through the presentation of that to use the investment decision-making framework to guide investment decisions for sports facilities. So we have been, I suppose, applying that diligently, I suppose. I suppose the key thing is that there are many benefits, I suppose, of stepping through process. One is that, particularly when proponent groups might need to seek external funding, one of the first things funders will ask is demonstrate the need for the facility and demonstrate its feasibility. So I think we have been caught in the past where we've made, or Council has potentially made a funding provision, and when external funding has been sought, there's a little bit of work that needs to be done. I think it's far more advantageous to have had that, the evidence prepared in advance to give support to these types of projects. In terms of the groups that we have, you've received a couple of reports recently based on Central Football's proposal for an artificial turf. That is in, I suppose, a very similar position to this. We've received the detailed feasibility assessment, so now is, I suppose, the time to really sort of do some thinking around what is the level of contribution that the council is prepared to make, bearing in mind that often external funding parties, trusts, and are looking to council to provide some level of support, which sort of gives them confidence in funding. Sorry, Aaron's written something, I'm not sure whether he wants to add, but we also have gym sports, I suppose, tracking through the process. I mean, they have self-funded their research, their evidence for their proposal, so they are at the stage of heading into feasibility work. So, we have had a number of these proponent-driven, so the advocates for facility proposals, driving them through the process.
And Anne-Marie, you mentioned in presenting your report that the recommendations contained in the supplementary reports were for bowls, were for Sport Manawatu, and there was no particular role for council in that. What would next steps look like? While
there's no direct, I suppose, recommendations for council, obviously council remains involved. Council sits on the Regional Sports Facilities Steering Group. We're obviously owner of two of the bowling club sites. They sit on our parks under occupancy agreement. So, and obviously we have a close relationship with Sport Manawatu with the work that we do collaboratively in the community with facility projects like this. So, yeah, council would still remain involved. It's just that the very specific recommendations that the feasibility assessment are really pointing to other parties, really, to keep the conversation going, keep the conversation live, and we are part of that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zabelin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. I just had one question. The Palmerston North chapter of the Regional Facility Plan draft put the numbers for people playing the bowls code to around 900 regulars with 2,000 casuals. This was based off feedback from 2 clubs. So is that about an accurate number, or do you think it could be in excess of that?
Just looking and drawing information from the detailed feasibility assessment, I think that's about right. I think there was in the centre, in the Bowls Manawatu area, around 950 members. That's like playing affiliated members, and 1,400 participants. So, I think the interesting thing about bowls is that while there may be fewer members, people like paid up affiliated members, there are many more people participating.
Mm-hmm. And so if you're looking at the total numbers, that's sort of on par with cricket and hockey, football in the Manawatu?
I wouldn't think it would be as great as some of those high participation sports. I think just from memory, hockey, netball, basketball, volleyball would all outstrip, I suppose, bowling. I mean, sometimes it's quite hard to capture. Participation is, it's an area where sometimes the capturing of that data, if people are playing business house or, just sort of casual participation members, are often harder to track than people that are paid up.
Yeah, so on a sort of ballpark figure, maybe 2,500 people playing in some form or other, and that's on the increase. Would that be fair to say?
I might be able to answer this. So the DFA highlighted, particularly when we look at national figures, that those had dropped, but they were due to stabilise, and we're still having to use trend information that we do provide back to this council to give us or help with a picture of what that looks like, whether it has stabilised. I think what we've got to consider is there is membership. The difference between membership, affiliation, is that they might be regular users of an asset as opposed to participants, which may be one-off users, business house, that they may not transfer to an affiliated member, but they're still regular users of the asset. So that's what is really important in the scheme of things. It's not necessarily comparing apples with apples.
Yeah, scales of use. Cool. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chamber, good morning. Parking. I note that the PWG is pretty negative for all 3, whereas the self-assessment, Palmerston North, has got the green light. Would Council agree that there'd be more parking options in the central city and causing less issues with congestion and whatnot? And also, I could see that being a positive for the retailers in the city and the eateries, etc.
Not being a traffic engineer and having carried out a full traffic assessment, I'm in danger of making assumptions, but I'll make some anyway. It depends on a bit when the code is being played. If it's being played in the weekend, then the parking demand effects in some of the more suburban related facilities at perhaps Takara or Northern shouldn't be high. You've got a large strip of land, for example, on North Street that wouldn't be occupied in the weekends next to the school, which provides some space depending on what's happening at the school. Same at Takaro Park, there's parking on street there that might not be in demand. But your point about advantage for retailers is noted if you're attracting tournaments and activities, and that results in more people.
Aaron, can I just
excuse me, Madam
interject?
Chair, can I just say, I'm finding it very distracting, the amount of conversations and moving around the chamber that's occurring at the moment. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Johnson. I had mentioned that to the officers. Sorry to stop you mid-flow there, Aaron. Bryce would like to make a comment on this issue.
Thank you, Rachel. Yeah, I think the parking side of things would need to be considered as part of the location decision, and that would have to be considered as part of that is probably the simplest answer. And so all of that I would expect to get worked through as part of the decision of where the green would end up going.
Thank you.
And we have a couple coming back in for a second bite of the cherry. Councillor Finlay, a very focused question.
Very focused and very quick. Would it help to make a decision if the three clubs would get together and make a recommendation to us which club would be best to have the covered facility?
We don't think that could happen. They disagree on where the best location is.
Finally, Mr Mayor.
I've come out.
Well done. Okay, that is the end of questions. Thank you for presenting the report and speaking to it as well, Brad, Anne-Marie, Aaron. Okay, we have the recommendation from the report, which is that the committee resolved to receive the report titled Update on Covered Bowling Green Detailed Feasibility Assessment Long-Term Plan Programme 1891, presented to the Culture and Sport Committee on the 19th of April 2023, which I'm happy to move and seconded by the Deputy Chair, Councillor Meehan. We also have an additional recommendation that we would like to bring to request the Chief Executive to continue work with Bowls Manawatu member clubs and other stakeholders, including Sport Manawatu, to consider the next steps and provide a progress report back to Culture and Sport in time to inform the next LTP. So speaking to both of those, and my intention is to take those together, unless people don't like that. Thank you to the officers for the report and for stepping us through that process. And my question about the process is because this isn't just a Bowls decision that we're looking at today. This is about how we deal with requests from community organisations, in this case a sporting organisation, to fund assets. And Bowls are an important part of that conversation, but they're not the only part of the conversation. And to me it's important that if we have a process that we've committed to, that we stick to it, and that we step carefully through that process, which the officers talked us through and the report spoke to at length. So I'm happy to receive the report. The second recommendation simply seeks to uplift the next steps as in our officer report, and spoken to by Anne-Marie, to formalise that ongoing work that council officers would have with Bowls, other stakeholders and Sport Manawatu to bring, hopefully, something more towards a decision back in time to inform the LTP. I think it was clear in the report and certainly in the officers' comments that the report doesn't suggest a no at this stage. And that was a possible outcome of where we are in the process. This is a stop-go decision. We've just created a sort of pause element in there to say, actually, my read of the report and the officers' comments, that the community itself, the Bowls community, are not in a place for us to make that decision yet. More work needs to happen. And my intention with this recommendation is to enable time for that work to happen in time to inform the LTP, which is where this kind of decision should be communicated to, discussed with our community. Remembering that the last LTP, we were in almost the same position and decided not to include this programme because we weren't in a place to make the decision. So we're just continuing to step carefully through, and I'm quite comfortable with that. Others may disagree. So I will open for any further comments. Councillor Harpeter.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I really appreciated the report and appreciated the officers' comments and the work that officers have put into this. Thank you very much. And also appreciated the comments from Sport Manawatu in terms of what Brad has brought to the table. I think listening to all of the comments that we have had today, I think going forward, I'm really pleased that the Chair has brought this recommendation forward. I think the code does need a little bit of help in terms of direction of which location it needs to go in. And I think Councillor Finlay asked that question quite clearly. They can't make their minds up. They need to be told where to go, and Council is going to have to help them tell them where to go, because there are 3 locations, they all want it, and at the end of the day, there is an assessment process which Council is going to have to go to, bring back to us, and it's going to be our decision, so they're going to have to come back to us with the location anyway. So that has to happen. We have to make that decision, and we have to decide which location it's going to be, because 3 clubs are all fighting for it. They've been fighting for it over the last, for the last 10 years, because they all want it. It's a very, very sought after thing to have, and at the end of the day, I know there's a process in terms of the regional facilities plan, and this has been put as one of the key things for this demographic that want it. It's a code that definitely wants to have it, and we need it for our city. So I hope you will support this going forward. I'm very passionate about it. As a former chair of Sport and Rec, I just think it's something that we need to fully support going forward for today and for the long-term plan going forward. So I hope you support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. The Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank the officers for a very thorough report and the consultants involved. But you can probably sense that there's a bit of process fatigue in the room from the councillors, and I'm one of those as well. Councillor Finlay reckons it's 15. My colleague next to me reckons it's 10. It's somewhere in the middle there. But look, it's been going for a long time. And why would we back Bowls? Well, because they've been looking after themselves for in excess of nearly 150 years. The heritage of Lawn Bowls and Palmerston North is massive. It was one of the city's first clubs in 1889 in Tainui Street, and some of the sports legends have come from the city. Phil Skoglund, Kevin Wing, Sharon Sims, all won either world titles or Commonwealth Games medals and significant success. And the support's been a real great physical and social activity for the well-being of the city, so we should be backing them. Yes, they've had to reinvent themselves in more recent times, embracing, it's always probably been seen as a bit of an older person's sport, but actually if you look at the national champions at the moment, some of them are as young as 20. So it's embracing different parts of New Zealand society. The disability sector, in more recent times, Māori and the multicultural community have their own national championships. So I think we should be backing them. But sport's pretty simple in my book. And often the majority of facilities are built on the backs of clubs and champions that do that. They don't go through tick box exercises and this fits and this doesn't. Yes, you need an element of that, but actually a champion will get on top of this and build it. Calhoun Park would never have been achieved. Some of our other facilities, squash gym's another one, would never have been achieved if we'd gone through what I consider quite a long process. I visited, and it seems like years ago, with council officers and some other councillors, Hawke's Bay, but especially the Hutt Valley, now Nainai facility, is where a number of clubs came together, and they have got a world-class facility and are attracting many of the sport's bigger events. And it's revitalised the sport in that city. Now, Palmerston North could and should have that as well. So my plea to you all is, please, we've got to back this. There is obviously an issue around the location. I strongly advise Sport Manawatu and any officers that are involved that we need a location panel. The sport needs to own this as well, and you give them either a time frame, they get in or they get out. Bowls New Zealand need to be involved in there. An independent member, so there is some sort of independence to it all, and obviously Sport Manawatu and some council officers. But I stress it needs to be at a club level there's a fascination with the centre, and I get that, for the longevity of the operation of the venue, but actually it's going to be club-led, and it'll be a champion that pulls this together. So please focus on the clubs, is my plea to you. You'll get that natural location will come out of that, and they will engage the funders thereafter. So please support this. It's gone on for long enough. I'm quite happy for it to go to the LTP because the funders will look to that, but we've got to actually back this. Otherwise, it's killed off. I don't think there's too much fatigue in the process. Thank you.
Thank you. The Deputy Mayor, Councillor Marshall-Lobb.
Tēnā koe, Madam Chair, o te rā, tēnā tātou. Thank you very much to the staff, to Brad of Sports Manawatu, and Bernice, thank you. I found it very compelling, Bernice, when you spoke and talked about the inclusive nature of the sports code, young, old, able, disabled, competitive and recreational, and the list goes on. I also know that, following up, that bowls is, as Brad had mentioned, complementary to the wider spectrum of our community. As an educator, I've seen, I'm aware that one of those clubs is right by 2 secondary schools, and I've seen students and staff members and the wider school community use that facility often. I think that covering a green would ensure a year-round opportunity to participate. I support Councillor Hapeta and the Mayor's comments as well. I don't have much more to say other than I support this. Thank you. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Meehan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Most of my thunder's been stolen. Everybody knows I'm anti-red tape, and as the Mayor's pointed out quite clearly, what happened with softball, by cutting the red tape and getting on with it, it got done. I asked a question about how much money's been spent on this over the 10, 15, whatever years it's been out there. And we know it's 800,000 to cover to put a cover over a bowling green. I'd suggest we've probably spent that already. So I fully support this. It's about putting it back in there so we move on and get it done. I suggest some people get alongside. I understand officers and Sport Manawatu already are, but I think a stick needs to come out now and need to get alongside the 3 clubs, and they need to make a decision. If they can't, the decision needs to be made for them. It has to happen. I won't comment too much further, apart from just like to echo what the Mayor said about the champions we've had come out of this city with bowls, and we owe it to them, okay, to respect them for what they've done to keep the sport alive and going. Thank you.
Councillor Finlay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really, we talked about this, but the bottom line is the clubs, the 3 clubs, have got together, get together, and make a decision for bowls. At the moment, they're making a decision for their clubs. They need to put that aside and what is best for bowls, and come back to us at the council and say, this is where we would like it. And then they've got a united front. But at the moment, they're coming to us with a divided front, asking us to make the decision. If they want to do the best for bowls in Palmerston North, come back to us and say, we 3 clubs would like to see it here. And then we've got something real to go for. You know, to raise funds for something like this. Just look what Councillor Dennison and his team did with bringing in the softball. They raised that much money and more in a couple of months, 3 months or something. Look at what the PCA did in a year. They brought in a national sports and social event here. They started with nothing. They brought in 5,000 people and they paid every cent for it. They raised hundreds of thousands of dollars. It can be done. Look at the hockey turf. We did it. With council help, we did it. This community can do it. But we've got to go back to the bowling clubs and saying, if you want our help, make a decision and tell us where you want it. Because if you don't, I don't like your chances. And that's honest. Put aside your own club's wants and needs and come back to us and say, this is what is best for bowls in Palmerston North. To me, that's the bottom line.
Thank you. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Well, to echo everyone else's thoughts, I was just going to add, it would have been nice to have actually heard from the individual clubs. In some respect, we've heard from the centre, we've heard from Sport Manawatu, the great work that's been done. It's been signalled to us that there's some challenges and some amongst the clubs themselves, but we didn't actually hear from the clubs today, so I think that's an opportunity missed. And just lastly, I think all elected members should challenge the staff to a roll-up at one of the clubs very soon. Thank you.
Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will echo my colleagues. It's time we stop talking and start doing. You know, if the decision can't be made with the three, the council needs to make that decision for them. As we know, everything has a flow-on effect, and I can see one glares out to me as having a positive flow-on effect, and that would be Palmerston North, in the centre of town, right beside hotels, motels. People will be able to walk to the facility. When they're not playing, they'll be able to walk into town and spend all the money they have. So, you know, I can see Palmerston North having massive positive pros for the city, and if the city's putting money into this venture, I think that needs to be looked at seriously. Thank you.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You wanted me to put my additional recommendation now. Is that the feeling I'm getting from you?
Well, if you don't speak now, it'll never happen.
All right, I'd like to put my additional recommendation. Will we get that on the screen, or would
Do
you
you
like
want
me
to speak to the recommendations in front of us? I just want to...
No, I agree with it.
Okay.
Do you want me to read this out?
Please.
The committee resolved that Council commit to funding $300,000 toward a covered bowling green in year 1 of the LTP, with a location between Tākaro, Palmerston North and North End to be decided by Bowls Manawatu, noting that this will be redebated at the time the budget is being deliberated. I want to start by apologising to my colleagues for all the fluttering around about trying to get this somewhere, but for me, we effectively kept getting the answer of no, there's nothing we can do, we need to wait, we need to delay, we need to do it in a couple of years' time. Well, the questions that are left needing answering from this report are what location is it going to be and how they're going to get the additional funding. They're the two key questions that need answering. Well, what location will it be? To be completely blunt, I couldn't care less. Our report has assessed that all 3 locations are suitable for a covered green. So I don't care which location we fund to put the covered green over. What I care is that we get the facility for our community. And so the way that this helps deal with the location question, it says the money's there. In year 1, it's yours to lose. So go out, make the decision. We'll redebate it at the time if a decision hasn't been made, and we won't do it if a decision hasn't been made. But until we actually put some skin in the game and say, this is the deadline, this is when you need to make the decision by, if you don't do it, you're not going to get the money. That is effectively what we need to do here, because otherwise it'll be another 12 years' time, and I'll be sitting here in my 7th term and going, goodness, we started talking about this when I first got here. So, to be honest, around the other funding avenues, a commitment from Council that we're going to fund this, I see as a very strong indication that there is Council backing for it, and it helps strengthen funding applications to get those additional funds necessary to do this. So this helps fix both the problems. Now, I note that it will be deliberated when we get to the annual budget, because of course if a decision hasn't been made, then we won't be able to do it. But I see no reason why we would delay further. We've got a very good report here in front of us, a very thorough report, 71 pages, which explains the situation that Bowls is in, and the 2 problems they're facing, we can help fix. So let's put a deadline on it. Let's commit that we want this to happen, and effectively, as Councillor Meehan says, wave the stick. Let's tell them that we're ready to make the decision, and you've got the money if you choose to take it. So it baffles me the process this has gone through. I understand why, but I'd like to see us get on and do something and give them some sort of commitment so they can make a decision, because it becomes very horse and cart. You know, well, we'd like to do it, but we're not going to make a decision on the location. Well, if you've got no money on the line, then making a decision on location can get delayed by another couple of years, because you're not actually risking anything by not making a decision. So this gives them that assurance. So let's just get on and do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. Now, with the additional recommendation in front of us, I'll open for any comments on this recommendation. If people have previously commented, you're welcome to rejoin. I'm not sure what's more terrifying, continuing to debate bowls for 12 years or Councillor Wood doing 7 terms. So we'll open up on this one. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I wasn't going to comment because, I mean, I support the first 2 resolutions and it seemed very sensible to me, but I don't support Councillor Wood's arguments on this. And I would just like to take councillors back to the report that we've got in front of us, which is actually a very good report for which good money has been paid and expertise has been employed. And when you look at the work that's been done in that report and the recommendations from it, the recommendations are not to commit funding right now. The recommendations are that Bowls has got more work to do if it's going to be in a position to go out and attract external funding. And also that council needs that extra assurance before we risk money or as has been described, skin in the game. And so it seems to me pointless to have, as a council, agreed on a process for determining priorities in sport, have paid for a detailed feasibility assessment, and then to ignore the recommendations from it. So I would just gently remind councillors that the recommendations from this report are not to jump into funding. The recommendations are that there's work to be done, that this is potentially a good and viable project, but that there's information missing and there's work still to be done. And so I just think it's a little rash at this stage to be getting impatient and frustrated with the process that we ourselves have put in place to ensure that the decision-making is good. And so I don't want Bowls to get the message that we're not doing anything. We are doing things, and we also want the Bowls bid for a covered, I nearly said turf, a covered green to be successful. And we want to give it the best chance of success. And giving it the best chance of success is making sure that the proposal is fully worked up, that the information and the structures are in place to make it successful. And that's what this, feasibility kind of decision-making pathway is all about. So let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Let's just understand that we put this process in place for a reason. Otherwise, there are very many codes in this city who have very reasonable aspirations for facilities for themselves. And if we don't have a process for how we go about determining which ones would go ahead and which ones wouldn't, and how they would go ahead, then it's just going to be chaos and a free-for-all. So I'll just bring you back to the report and suggest we just take it steadily. Thank you.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Along similar lines to Councillor Johnson, I also won't be supporting this 3rd recommendation. I think we have an objective framework as the investment decision-making process is outlined on page 16 that has been supported by the Mayor and many councillors who are now speaking negatively and calling it red tape. That has been supported because we need an objective framework by which to make these decisions. We can't make emotional decisions on the day just because we want to speed things up. In my view, that is not the right way of doing things. Officers have provided really good reasons for us to tread carefully and perhaps move slowly on this and not jump the gun. This recommendation is, as in the officer's words, putting the cart before the horse. And I also think it compromises the chances of sourcing external funding will be better if the clubs have gone through the proper process of determining their strategic plans, and that was outlined by officers, and I I think we need to read what's in this report and hear the advice from the officers. We fund Sport Manawatu. Brad was very clear that he didn't think this was the best way forward, and I think we need to really give that due consideration. So I won't be supporting this third recommendation.
Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to the mover, decided by Bowles Manawatu, that would be a panel, wouldn't it? I mean, should that probably be in there, the word panel or something?
Certainly. Happy for it to be amended.
Just the word panel after Bowles Manawatu panel. Just want to make sure we don't, it's just decided by one person, so, yeah. Okay, look, I'm going to back this. I just want to push back on a couple of comments. And look, a few around the table have had experience in building facilities. And I suppose it's your level of risk and also your level of experience. To say we're jumping the gun with funders, having put many applications in, I'm looking into the gallery and people up there have as well, when there's a commitment from a civic partner, it starts to tick those boxes and lock things in. So that isn't jumping the gun, actually that is shoring up the proposition. We're not going against the report, we're actually just saying, and some of us didn't actually back the plan's very elongated process of how to get an application or facility underway. I can recall saying this would be quite take a long time, and there is process fatigue here. If there was a person in the Bowles community sitting through probably their 7th or 8th meeting with us, they'd probably be going, oh gosh, is it going to happen? This is actually saying we're going to commit to the facility, but we're not doing the selection stuff. That needs to be done by the sport and the experts. That's actually in the report. So we're not jumping the gun at all. It's, again, I just come down, it's to your level of risk around the room, and some have spoken about that. I'm going to say, to me, for my position, I'm absolutely backing this, because I've heard the 7 and 8 different times that people have come to us. Champions will come out of this. A champion will come out of this to do this. It'll start to engage that process now. Referring it to an LTP, although that is, again, I would back that as well, that will see people get fatigued again through the whole process. So this isn't, to me, this is not risky at all. This is, unless you don't want to back Bowles and a facility, then vote against this. So I'll ask you to support it, please.
Councillor Michalad.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, Bernice, for the presentation earlier on today. Just to probably counter what the Mayor just outlined early on, and voting against this doesn't mean that we're not, well, we do not want to progress with the intention or aspiration of the bowling club. But given officer's advice, which is quite rational and clear to me, unless I'm reading another paper that's completely different to what others are reading, officers have identified in here and in the report that there are still some questions that are outstanding to ensure that the proposal is strong and likely to be supported by funders. And also, the risk is also additional funding that's needed to be sourced from the community, which is unclear at the moment. And personally, the report also identifies that the best way for us to do this is to actually refer this to a long-term plan. And at this particular moment, I'm very much I'm going to speak against this and feel like we are jumping the gun by putting the cart before the horse, and we're being too rash about this. So I think what's needed is that we need to actually step back, allow the officers to come back to us with more information, firm up this proposal to make sure that actually the bowling club actually gets strengthens the proposal to make sure that funders can fund us. Because in order for me to fund this, I need to see the strength of that proposal or the value proposition being offered in order to invest my money into this. So this is a little bit premature, and I'll be voting against this, and I will encourage everyone else to do so.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I might, through you, I had a couple questions that come to mind in reading this recommendation. Firstly would be for officers to understand how they might interpret it, given that it has the word commit and redebated in it.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Barrett. If we could seek an officer comment. Cam, are you able to?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. The one thing that I did ask in terms of this recommendation that was put on was that this does need to be redebated as part of that budget process, because, of course, through any budget process, nothing is committed until that has been approved. So basically, you could say that in principle, commit to funding on the basis of going through that debate, rather than saying it's committed and then you're not sure if you're committing to it. So it's just a way you structure how that's written, probably. I see where there could be problems in saying commit to and then redebated. So we just need to tidy that up, probably.
Okay.
Thank you
Back to you, Councillor Barrett.
for that information. My second question through you would be to the mover to understand when you would be expecting that location decision to be made.
By year one of the LTP.
So potentially subsequent to our decision about funding.
Apologies, can you clarify what you mean by that?
I'm trying to work out if you're seeing the location decision needed to be in place before we finalize the funding decision.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. I do have some comment. I think on the basis of those two questions, I would say there's some clarification to be done to this recommendation before it could be supportable. I think both in terms of the clarity around what we mean when we say commit, given that we have yet to really enter the LTP process, and as well clarifying timeframes around location. I feel that as it reads, it doesn't offer that clarity. So would leave that for the mover and seconder to consider, but more broadly, my concern with this approach is that it feels that you could swap out the word bowls for gym sports. You could swap out the word bowls for aquatics. You could just swap. And if we go with this, that's what we'll end up with, is a whole bunch of people just trying to bounce themselves into year one. And I'm not sure that that's really a great use of our time, a great use of our process, or a great reflection on the investment that has been made today. I am fatigued on this, and I hear the mayor about fatigue on this, and I haven't been around as long as he has dealing with it, or as closely. But I would say that a lot of that fatigue has been from the inability of those three clubs to actually land a location decision. So I'm quite comfortable, as we had the good advice from officers, as the report indicates, there is still time before the LTP to actually land that and still take it forward. So it's not in any way walking away from this code, in any way disrespecting the heritage, in any way missing the opportunities. It's simply about taking one step at a time rather than opening the floodgates to a whole lot of people in here trying to bounce things in because suddenly it looks like it's easy and there's a whole lot of side doors opening up and there's a whole lot of back doors opening up. Not the kind of council we want to be. So please, I would urge you to support the first two recommendations because it puts us on the path to a reasonable outcome. And while I have some level of sympathy for the fatigue that is there, I would urge you to resist this third recommendation and vote against it so that the process can run through, and we will still have that opportunity in the LTP to pick this opportunity up and take it forward in an appropriate manner. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Barrett. I have three more speakers in the queue, Councillor Finlay, Councillor May and Councillor Zabellin. and now Councillor Dennison. And then we'll take right of reply from Councillor Wood. We'll take this recommendation on its own, then back to the original two, and then we'll have morning tea. So I'm just warning you all that you're standing between me and coffee. Let's move snappily through. Councillor Finlay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will support this. Our council has a reputation of being probably the world champion procrastinators. Well, if not the world champion, certainly the New Zealand champion. Let's not procrastinate on this any longer. This would put it right in front of the bowling clubs saying, well, there you go, we'll support it. You get your act together, you come to us, and we'll be there for you. Now, if they can't, we're saying, well, sorry, next. So really the message is very clear to Bowls Manawatu to go back to the clubs and tell them, you've got a couple of months, sort it out. You've had 10 years, finally sit down around the table, get rid of your differences and do what's best for Bowls. So take the message back to the clubs and tell them very clearly, come up with an answer. But I will support this because it's almost like standing at the end of the bowling ring, going your arms back and forward and not releasing the bowl. Well, it's time we release the bowl so that the bowling clubs can decide for us how close to the jack the bowl will end up. It's their decision.
Very colourful, picturesque language today. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I don't like it being totally in the hands of Bowls Manawatu. Is that fair to them to make that decision? $300,000 of citizens' money. I think this council needs to have a hand in that decision. And I reiterate what I just said earlier, that I think, we're the city of Palmerston North. We're not the city of North End or Takaro. This needs to be in the central city from a convenience point of view for the people playing in this facility. It makes sense to the economy, and we need to look at the big picture. That's all I'll say. Thank you.
Councillor Zabelin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to make the point, to my understanding, the Bowls request for a covered green predates the adoption of the regional facility plan decision-making framework. That's a big mouthful. So to my understanding, that predates the adoption of that decision-making framework. So that's what sort of separates this request out for maybe more general requests from other codes, because there's quite a lot of prehistory there, and this feels like a new or newer process that we're working through, but it's on the back of previous processes that have been working through. So I think that's where the process fatigue. It's multiple processes over time. So I just wanted to pull that out. Also, to my mind, there are two issues at play here broadly. One is that we want a covered green, or Bowls wants a covered green in the city. But the other issue is that there is a push for them to develop a strategic direction to make the strongest possible funding application, not just for PNCC, but for other funders. So I'm trying to deal with those quite separately, because they're not necessarily linked. They are linked through the process, but I want to keep that separate, that the strategic plan is what we're saying needs to happen for the green to happen. But no strategic plan can really emerge until there is a location that's decided, because if you don't have your location and building your picture around there, there's very little place to move that forward. So I have quite a lot of sympathy for this resolution, because it gives them time to address these issues, but a deadline is a really powerful motivator and incentive to move things along. It sets the scene for that champion we've been talking about to emerge and start to drive that from there. I feel that this would give them a chance to make some progress, but it also lights the fire underneath them in a little way to move that on a bit further, and to really see the link and the importance between having that strategic direction and getting the covered green in the first place as a means to an end, but not just to getting council support, but to widening the potential for support from other groups. So I'm feeling supportive of this so far. I think that deadlines are a powerful incentive, and this feels like a bit more of a direction than perhaps referring it to the long-term plan for the same process to be kicked off further down. So that's where I'm sitting at the moment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really interesting approach, and it's one around the process. We have processes, it's going through, it's just done a detailed feasibility study, and this is just one part of the process. And this gallant approach that we're going to come to the rescue of the bowling clubs in a difficult situation, when Councillor Barrett outlined you could replace bowls with gym and all that, it's just such a valid point. It's not us giving the wish list and giving the magic wand, and I wouldn't call us procrastinating over this time. We've been the willing supporter, and bowls we can take them to the water, but we can't make them drink. And of trying to force a situation and giving deadlines, it's not a school exam. It's like, if they took another year, would that be so bad? Would we not consider funding $300,000 in year 2? It's just like, put it in perspective, folks. It's just, it's just like, the champion should come from within, not trying to, yeah, I'm going to throw out the checkbook, I'll give you, I'll support you. We actually have been supporting them for a long time. It's not like we've been sitting here doing nothing, saying no. So I just, this gallant approach to save the day is just is fascinating, and you put it into every other group in the city. I'm not supporting this recommendation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Meehan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Interesting. Just a couple of points I need to touch on. I mentioned red tape, and a certain councillor said that I didn't like to follow process. No, I don't. I made that quite clear. I don't like the process. I think it sucks. Okay? When you spend 10 years battling over something that we could have had this thing done and dusted. Bowls need to be led. Yes, they do. They need that help. They can't come up with a strategic plan themselves. And Sport Manawatu are telling us that they can do the work with them, and it can possibly be put together by the long-term plan. To put this money in says we're committed, and I think the Mayor touched on that. It says we're committed. We're in, providing they are, providing they're in. So now they've got to make the decision. I find it interesting that somebody from softball would say that we can throw it down a little bit longer when they didn't have to go through this process at all. At all. But, you know, I mean, all we're simply saying here, all we're simply saying is we're putting $300,000 in, the LTP, but they've got to come with some pretty good stuff to get that signed off. That's how it simply reads to me, that it gets signed off once they've done their other work. So let's give them a push. Why shouldn't we? Thank you.
Thank you. Before I come back to Councillor Wood for right of reply, I'm just going to say I'm not going to support this. I think it's been clearly said not supporting this doesn't mean we don't support bowls. I feel like the recommendation that we'll come back to asks for a report back in advance of the LTP. That's, to me, a better, cleaner process. It allows bowls to lead, which I feel is appropriate. We're a supporting partner in this, and it is important that the civic partnership for those funding applications, but for me the process more properly will be to work with the bowls community, bring that back, and then take whatever that advice is through to consultation with the community as part of the LTP. I was grateful for Councillor Barrett's exploration around the detail of the recommendation, because I think it is a little tortured in when the decisions would happen that would inform the LTP. I just don't think that this will work in the way that it's intended. I think there are some fishhooks even in the recommendation itself. So I won't be supporting it, which is not to say I don't support the intent. Thank you. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To use Councillor Dennison's analogy, this is bringing the horse to the water. We're filling up the pond. It's here. Now you need to decide whether you're going to drink it or not. That's what we're doing. The conversation we've been having is, well, we might support you and we'll think about it and we'll do some studies and we've done the study, we've got the report here. saying that it is a good idea, but there are still a few ideas or a few questions that we need to answer. I'd like to go through a few of the points made for this debate. The one of, well, bowls versus aquatics versus gym, what precedent are we setting is a very good question. I do not want to set the precedent that anybody who walks into the chamber and says, I want 300 grand, can you put in the LTP? We say, yeah, sure, go for it. But that's not what we're doing here today. We have a feasibility report in front of us that says, these are the 3 locations. To Councillor Arnott's point, what influence will we have? We've determined the 3 locations. They have to make the final decision. So we have a report saying it is viable. We have a report saying it's of community benefit, that it is needed. What we also have is a number of questions. What location will it be confirmed at? Where is the strategic plan? And how will they access other forms of funding? And this recommendation goes to help all 3 of those aspects. It puts a deadline on determining the location. When you've got a commitment for funding, a strategic plan comes out of it. That is the step 1. You've got the funding, now let's build the plan around it and do it. And as for how you access other funding, the Mayor put it very well. When you've got a commitment from a civic partner, that strengthens any case to access any form of external funding. So this is not a situation that every other code would be in. This is not a situation. Look, if we have a report comparable to this that says, right, we're going to put a cover over a pool, and it's gone through a number of options and locations, it looked at the benefits and the disadvantages of it, and it says, yep, we should do it, but we need to determine that exact location. We've narrowed it down to a few, and we need to determine the exact strategic plan. I would be comfortable with something like this. If we had somebody coming out of the blue saying we want this money, no, I wouldn't. So this is on the back of the incredibly good work that has been done in this report. For those of you saying they need more evidence, have you read the report? There is a hang of a lot of evidence in this report that this is needed and that it is a good decision. The question that it asks and the risk that people have is, well, we don't know what location work will be at. And so if you're voting against this, you're saying, well, I would support it at one location, but maybe not the other one. And that's your prerogative. To me, I support it at any of the 3 locations that we've identified as being suitable, and given I'm comfortable with any of the 3 locations, I don't see this as being a risk of funding it, because we've determined that they are appropriate. Now, as for proper process and the emotional decision part of this, because it's fair, yep, we are getting a little bit passionate here today. What we are doing isn't making a brash decision that we're going to fund it next year. What we are saying, and I agree the wording is a bit tortured, that's hence all of the zipping around we had trying to get the wording right. It changed quite a few times to get to this point. And I'd be comfortable if we wanted to change it to council, create a budget line of $300,000 towards a covered bowling green that we then debate. If we want to get rid of the word commit. But I'm quite comfortable where it is. I think it's very clear what we're saying is we're going to commit to this funding, we will debate it at the time, and if they have the information to give us that assurity that we are comfortable making the comfortable committing to it, then we will make that final decision in the LTP debate. So as for the comment of, oh, well, it's not clear when they'll need to have the information back by, well, they need to have the information back by the time we make the decision in the LTP debate. I feel that that's very clear in this recommendation because that is the time that it will be deliberated. So if they don't, then it won't happen. We're not ignoring the recommendations, we are strengthening the case for these recommendations. This helps strengthen each of the questions that the report asks. It gives them a stronger case for deciding location, a stronger case for accessing external funding, and puts a clear strategic direction in place. So I'm very comfortable doing this. I recognise it's a little bit unusual, but we've followed a very good process to get to this point. It's got very clear evidence, and I'm comfortable making this decision, not implying that we would do this for every other code, because most other codes aren't in this situation that we're in. We are not setting a precedent today that we'll just fund anything that comes across our desk. We're setting a precedent today that if we have an evidence-based report that shows we have 3 good locations to do something, that we will commit to making that funding for any of those 3 locations. So I understand your concerns, colleagues, but I urge you, let's get this rolling because I do not want to be here in another 7 terms.
Honestly, I'm biting my lip. So the recommendation in front of us, the committee recommends, we can't resolve, we can recommend that the council commit to funding $300,000 towards a covered bowling green in year 1 of the LTP, with a location between Takaro, Palmerston North and North End to be decided by a Bowls Manawatu panel, noting that this will be redebated at the time the budget is being deliberated. I'll invite you to vote. Thank you. That is carried, 8 votes to 7. Righto. And thank you. Back to the original 2 recommendations, which I have already read, so I won't go through again, which was to receive the report and to request a further report back. Have we got both of those? Yeah, we'll take both of those together, and I will ask you to vote. Carried unanimously in time for morning tea. Thank you, everyone. I make that just about 10 to, so we'll be back and starting again at 10 past. Thank you. Right, so the report back is the first recommendation. I'll provide an opportunity to tidy that up. It's always, I tell you what's most difficult when you're chair is when you want to participate in the debates and you can't, and especially when you've asked a question, you're trying to have several conversations at the same time without making room.
So I've spent quite a few hours dealing with it, to be honest, and I haven't quite finished it. There's 2 things I can do. I can just send it back to you, not completed. I'm not in the office at the moment. Yeah. Well, yes, it is 16 millimetre. So it hasn't gone missing. She probably doesn't know that it's hundreds of little pieces of film. Obviously, it's been cut from lots of reels, and it's all but you know, dealing with tiny pieces of film is only painful times. So it's so maybe I'll hindsight's a wonderful thing. Sure. Yep. No, I'll work that out. But like I say, it is cool footage. It's pretty fuzzy though, but you know, it's pretty special stuff. And yeah, well, it is, and it's pretty cool actually. Not that you can really tell what's going on. You can see that's fine and whatnot. But you know, it's just so many tiny pieces, and it all has to be, you know, threaded in manually and really, really time consuming. Honestly, mate, to splice them all together would be probably more painful than what I'm doing. Yeah, so. Let me, like I say, let me have another look at it. I'll do that tonight and I'll give you another yell first thing. But, all right, nice one. Thanks.
Okay, everyone, I think we have a quorum, so we will look to get back underway from the dizzying heights of bowls into our reports from our CCOs, so 6-month reports and draft statements of intent. And we are kicking off with the Globe Theatre, I think. So I'll invite Jerry Keating, Manager of the Globe, and John Adams, the Chair of the Globe Theatre Trust, to come down. You're presenting your 6-month report and draft statement of intent. Kia ora.
Daisy, here we go. Hopefully it's a bit more light-hearted than what you've had for the past hour and a half. Obviously, you'll let me know if it hasn't, you'll throw something at me. Anyway, good morning, Madam Chair and Palmerston North City Councillors, Council staff and anybody watching online. It is once again my pleasure to present the Globe Theatre Trust's 6-month report for July 22 to December 2022. As I mentioned in my manager's report, we came into the 2022 financial year with some trepidation. We felt we were out of the COVID lifestyle, but we knew it would not take too much to pull us back into it. However, we all know that that is not how I or the Globe Theatre operate. We face things head-on with a smile and an abundance of positivity. The first 6 months were joyous. Everyone wanted to be back on stage, and shows that were postponed or cancelled were being reorganised. An absolutely wonderful feeling. Our 6-month stats showed that we were back to the level we had attained pre-COVID. I faintly remember those days. Everything we measure ourselves on was on track and in some cases ahead. Theatre usage was sitting on 314 and theatre performance was 178. In the theatre, we know that out of the 365 days of the year, you are not going to have usage every day. July 1st to December 31st is 184 days. With our theatre usage of 314, that's approximately 1.7 uses per day. With theatre performances on 178, that's pretty much 1 performance per day. In fact, knowing that we closed on December 20th, I think we can all agree that the Globe Theatre had a very busy first 6 months. Our other measures that we collect showed that over 17,000 people attended as an audience member. Just under 3,000 people participated on stage, backstage, technical, and the theatre was in use for 2,160 hours. Going back to the 185 days from July to December and allowing for the staff to catch some sleep, you would expect the theatre to be potentially available for hire for 2,208 hours. Once again, I think we can assume that the theatre was busy. It is always difficult for me to pick highlights of the year, as we have so many wonderful shows and events taking place. But if I had to name a few, I'd go with Manawatu Youth Theatre and Peter Pan Jr. in July, and also welcoming the 6 to 60 Choir as an MOU group. In August, we had the Powerlifting Nationals. It did result in our stage being damaged, but we learned how to fix that pretty quickly. In September, we had the very first New Zealand Blues, Roots and Groove Festival, of which I know PNCC were funders. In October, we celebrated 15 years of Ian Harmon and the Boom Boom Room Burlesque. In November, we celebrated Manawatu Theatre Society and Your Good Man Charlie Brown, and of course the Globe Theatre's 40th birthday, of which many of you attended. And in December, we were actually just looking forward to the Christmas break. Other highlights for 2022 were the $98,000 grant we received from the Central Energy Trust and working with Emma Brown Design on our foyer upgrade. We are also continuing to promote the Palmy Companion Card, as we see this as a very worthwhile and valuable scheme. We continue to canvass our hirers with our surveys, and as at the end of December, we had 17 completed. As with previous surveys, our hirers are extremely happy with the service we provide. Looking ahead to the second half of the year, we are very excited to bring back our Summer Sounds Festival 2023. With the New Zealand borders open again, Northern Hemisphere performers are chomping at the bit to travel south. Our 2023 festival includes 12 performances with over 790 people attending over the 3 months. Bookings are solid for the rest of the year, and we have already opened up our 2024 schedule. I'll wrap this up by saying, and I'm sure you know this already, we are very proud of our theatre. Those of us working there and our board members have the theatre's best interests at heart, and we know that keeping our theatre an exciting and entertaining venue contributes fully to the Council's arts plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Anything to add, John?
No, that's the 6-month report. The statement of intent is the next one.
Yep. Okay, I'd just like to...
Don't do that yet, that's statement of intent.
Okay.
No, John hasn't. Sorry, we're a double act that hasn't practiced very well. Because we've got 2 reports to do. Whoops, sorry.
Laurel and Hardy. Right, do you want to go into the statement of intent and then we'll take questions on both?
If you wish, yes.
Yeah.
I'll just open up my next. Here's more. Okay, rightio. It is my pleasure to present the Globe Theatre's Trust draft statement of intent to June 2026. We have taken a somewhat conservative approach with our statement of intent. We have only recently come out of the COVID wilderness, and now we are faced with a cost of living crisis. While the first 6 months of the year were a joy, we have noticed that the first 3 months of 2023 have shown that people are a lot more cautious with their spending. This is not a Palmerston North issue, but one being felt all over the country. To this end, we are working very closely with our hirers and communicating with them on a weekly basis. While we have taken a conservative approach with our projected KPIs and financials, we are still very excited at what is coming to the theatre. Performers and event organisers are very much wanting to come to Palmerston North, which of course is wonderful as it keeps Palmerston North on the touring radar. Thankfully, our MOU groups continue to shine with their vast array of shows and events. This initiative that was formed 6 or 7 years ago to form these partnerships with local performing groups is proving to be a genius move. I would mention that at last year's Entertainment Venues Association of New Zealand conference, there were no venues that I spoke to who have this sort of arrangement with local groups. It was very pleasing to see the Council Officer's report on our draft statement of intent. I will mention, once again, like I have in the past, the willingness of the Council staff to meet, discuss and chat about the theatre is a huge comfort to us, and my thanks go to Gillian, Anton, Sarah and Stephanie. Now, in a moment, I am going to hand over to our board chairperson, John Adams, but first, I just want to remind you of what the Globe Theatre is all about, and I do apologise to Councillor Zabalin, why you should be proud to have this theatre in our community. So this is the 6 to 60 choir that perform on a Monday evening. Yeah, that's not me skipping, I can promise you. John.
Thanks, Jerry. I'd just like to, I'll keep this fairly brief because you've got the statement of intent or the draft statement of intent in front of you, but there's just a couple of things I'd like to highlight. As Jerry mentioned, from a board's point of view, our projections and our statement of intent are being pretty conservative. It's simply because
the board feels that's the prudent thing to do. Yes, we came through COVID a little bit better than we expected to, but as the first quarter of the year's showing that cost of living is having a big impact on audiences, and I think it would be irresponsible of the board to be anything other than a wee bit conservative at the moment. We're not trying to sound negative, I think we're just being prudent. The board also values the recommendations made from the community development team and the statement of intent, and we'll work with them to do that. The main thing I want to comment on is really we've applied as part of the annual budget process for some additional funding. It's not overly significant, but it's very significant to us. At the moment, the theatre operates to a pretty effective level on all our measures on a relative shoestring. And we're very near the capacity of what we can do for the resources that we've got. It's not just money. The main constraint we have at the moment is staff time, staff expertise. We have some concerns about securing that resourcing. Staffing is a big issue for us to be able to retain good staff, and we've got outstanding staff at the moment. And if we have to find replacements, attracting them is very, very difficult. We know, for example, that when we recently reviewed the manager's salary, if it was a combination of what we could afford to pay given the circumstances, but if that role, it was very hard to find parallels that we could look at. But with the help of some of the HR team with the council, if the manager's role, for example, in the theatre was an in-house council role with similar responsibilities, then Jerry would be on considerably more than what he is at the moment. And I think that's an ongoing issue for the board. Trying to attract any technicians at the moment is almost mission impossible, let alone very competent one as we've got at the moment. We're doing something about that in terms of we are training some younger people to come in and take that, but it's really just ongoing issues. Up until now, as a board, we've concentrated on getting the technology and the facility right, and anyone that comes into the theatre, the performers and that are telling us that the technology is right up to the minute, and we're very, very confident about that. Our next priority going forward is that to ensure that the theatre thrives in the future, then we really have to address some of those staffing issues that we've got at the moment. The board reinvests any of our own profits into improving the theatre experience for the broader community, and we're doing that with the foyer that Jerry alluded to. We've done it with the technology, but now we just have to make sure that we can staff the place appropriately going forward. Thanks for your time. Cheers.
Thank you both for presenting both of those reports, and I will open for questions. I see a few coming in already. I just wanted to, we'll see we've got a recommendation there to, agree that the recommended comments on the draft statement of intent be advised. And John just said, you said you were happy with the comments that you've seen in the report there, so thank you for clarifying that. I had a question just about that. In terms of objectives from the council statement of expectation, we talk about activities to include in performance measures, support for inclusive and diverse community events. But then the commentary on your draft statement of intent and the officer's commentary seems to focus on Māori culture and performance. So I just want to seek a comment from you there about how you feel like you're supporting inclusive and diverse community events.
I think Jerry might have something to add to this, but if you look at the range of events that are on now, they are incredibly diverse. It's a bit of a work in process in terms of how we engage with Rangatani in particular. We've started that process. We're trying to get a bit of a handle on whether we are in fact welcoming. Are we in fact, you know, way behind the 8 ball on some of those things. It's something that as a board we've struggled with, but I think we're taking steps in those directions. There's certainly a really diverse range of both performances and audiences. I haven't got the evidence, but just looking around, there's a few too many, a big percentage of our audience are closer to my age than a younger age that I'd prefer to ensure the future of it. But I think we're getting there.
Thank you. I do have some thoughts on this, and I'll come back to it in comment. Question, Councillor Zabellin. You're not going to sing, are you?
Nope. Oh. Sorry. Maybe later. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions for you about your staffing in relation to your request for extra funding. I was wondering can you remind me how many staff you currently employ?
So there's myself, 40 hours a week, well, 80 hours a fortnight, and there's our assistant manager of 60 hours a fortnight. So there we have a box office / graphics design person who does 8 hours, Tuesdays and Wednesdays, 2 days of 4. We're in the process of sorting out a cleaner, because our cleaner went to UCall. And then our technician used to be a contractor, but has now come on board as a staff member. So we have Braden, and then we have a junior technician called Brooklyn, and they're, as we need, they're per show. So they're not, you know, full-time at the Globe. They both have daytime jobs. It's when we have shows coming in and they need technicians, then we bring them in.
Excellent.
We also rely fairly heavily, on volunteers, and that's largely sort of staffing, bar, maybe ticket sales on the night of shows, ushering, all those sort of functions, purely volunteers.
That actually leads to my next question, which is what's the capacity of your front of house volunteer base, and how is this impacted by COVID, if at all?
Hasn't really been impacted by COVID. We've got a team of about maybe 8 or 10 front of house volunteers. One of our board members, Ralph, is volunteering a lot of the evenings to work behind the bar. He enjoys going behind the bar, and it frees obviously myself or Matt up. What we're trying to do is get away from having myself and Matt having to be there every time we have a big show. You know, I did mention in one of my reports, you know, that in the first 6 months, I think I ended up doing an extra 3 to 4 weeks extra over that 6 months. It was incredibly busy, and Matt did some too. So it's future-proofing the theatre as we go forward. You know, especially when we have leave and things like that. So we can pull our volunteers in for certain events, for certain things, but there are other things that either myself or Matt at this moment have to do.
Yes, yeah, so that was one of my other questions as well, actually, is how many staff are required to service an event or a show for health and safety and technical?
We can get away with one person doing it. It's just if the show is really busy, then that person is running from box office to... Yeah. It's actually easier. When you have a sold-out show, it's easier because you're not having to sell very many tickets because the tickets have already been bought. You're just printing off maybe a few tickets, you know, so that's a lot easier.
So sort of numbers-based and pre-booking based?
Yes. So, I mean, Globe 1 is 194 and Globe 2 is 105. So, you know, there have been occasions where we've had both theatres in use lots of times and both theatres full. In that case, that would be a Jerry, Matt, Braden, the technician would also help with doors, Ralph behind the bar, potentially John, and any other. You know, we can give a shout out to people that come along.
Excellent. Just a couple more, if I may. You touched on this before when you sort of talked about maybe one show per day on average. I just wondered in terms of a week, like a working week, how many events or shows you might have or whether that changes.
It does change. I would say we're probably looking, well, it's one show a day. So in the first 6 months, that would have been possibly, on average, 7 shows a week, obviously, because we had one show a day. But there are weeks where we might not have anything on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So there's a difference between usage, obviously, and performances are two different. And 6 to 60 Choir is a perfect example. Every Monday night usage, Amy has a key, we don't need to be there. So Amy, you know, so that we can have Monday night off.
Yes.
And then when Amy does a show like what we did just there, then obviously one of us is in to make sure everything's working well. Yes. So I would say we're on average 4 to 5 shows a week.
Brilliant. Thank you. And last one, you mentioned the Evans conference, and I was keen on your thoughts on what makes the Globe comparatively so resilient compared to what the other theatres are up against.
Without blowing my trumpet, I'm going to say staffing on the board. I know before I came along, Denise was the manager for about 3 or 4 years, and I know she turned the Globe from what it was into basically what it is now. And I've just taken that baton and ran with it and put a bit of a Jerry spin on things. The one thing we get, and I know it's easy for me to say, oh, we did all these surveys and they all love us. I'm more than happy to, share that information with people. But we get great feedback from our hirers on the fact that they walk in the door, they've already had lots of communication, we've done our best with promotion, we've got the list of gear, the technician is there or it's already set up. They just love the fact that it's nice and easy, it flows. Over the last 4 or 5 years when we've bought all our equipment, I remember David from the region mentioning when Crowded House played that they didn't bother unpacking the truck because the Regent had such a great sound system and they sent the truck to the next venue. That's kind of what I want at the Globe. I'm trying to reduce all of that equipment that a band or a performer needs to bring with them because we already have it, so it's making life easy for them. And then it's just, we're chatty, we're friendly, and we turn over the reconciliation within the next couple of days, so they're not waiting 2 or 3 weeks to get paid. We pay people 2 or 3 days after a show because they need that money to pay their people, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what's coming through from all our hirers is that we provide that service. We had the Wellington Comic Opera, they're performing on May 14th, Pirates, and one of their guys came up the other day just to hand out flyers, go around the town, go around Fielding, Levin, trying to push the show, and he was very complimentary that he walked through town and the posters for the show were up. Sean had put them up. The posters were in the foyer. It's in the newsletter. It's on the TV screen. And that's what we do. I'm not saying other places don't do that, but I just think that's something that we are very strong at.
Brilliant. Thank you very much,
Cheers.
Madam Chair.
Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Faultier, Jerry and John. Just a question really about how you're developing KPIs to measure your diversity, requirements under the Statement of Expectations. So in the report, we've got activities to include in performance measures, support for inclusive and diverse community events, and then support for whānau hapu and iwi to create and deliver arts events, and rangitani nui a rawa. And the chair's covered the iwi side of things, but there's no, as far as I can see, KPI around how you're measuring the support for inclusive and diverse community events. And maybe in conjunction with that, below that, we've got a consideration to reflect the diversity of Palmerston North membership of the board, and how is that being achieved? I guess that's the...
Can I deal with the board one first?
Yep.
That's a real issue. We've got control, as a board, we've always got the right to co-opt up to 2 members. At the moment, we've got one of those slots free to be able to co-opt, and we certainly want to address diversity through that method. In fact, the last appointment round, the same for this one, I've asked that my contact details be handed on to unsuccessful candidates that aren't appointed by the council, so that we can talk to people with a view to getting a much more diverse group. The other part of that is a matter of working with council staff on the appointments, because the council appoints half our board members. It's been a struggle. It's been a struggle in the 5 or 6 years that I've been involved with the board. There's no easy answer. We've talked with the other CCOs about doing something with getting more junior people and getting them involved in governance and with a view to carrying on. But it's not easy. It's ongoing. The measurements, I guess, for diversity, no, there's nothing specific there, and maybe we need to get a bit more specific about it. But when we just read through the range of shows that are on, we're getting an impression of that. I know that's probably not strong enough in terms of a measure, but, when you look at the types of shows. I think the diversity's there. I'm not convinced with our audiences. We certainly alluded to the fact before, it worries me that there's not a lot of younger people that are coming to shows. Maybe that's the sorts of things that we're doing. But, you know, when push comes to shove, we're a venue for hire. We'll welcome any group that wants to come in and hire it. And so the audiences tend to follow them a wee bit. But your point about, you know, having some more definite measures is probably pretty valid.
Okay, thank you. I'll make some comments after.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions about the budgets. So if we turn to page 100, I just want to clarify, that's page 18 in the report. It says SOI budget December 2023 when the rest of them say December 2022. I just want to check if that was a typo or if that is supposed to be 23. So, page 18, under statement of cash flows.
Oh, sorry, that's our, sorry, I'm looking at statement of intent.
I realise your pages don't align with our pages.
Rightio. Where are we?
Page 18.
Sorry, Councillor Wood, could you just read that to me again? I've just found the page.
I just wanted to check. It says SOI budget December 2023 as under the statement.
No, sorry, that is a typo. You can see above
Brilliant.
it's yes.
No, I just
sorry, I do apologise. That is 2022.
It's not a major. I just thought I'd check.
Yeah, no, it would have been a matter of going through all of them and changing it. As you can just see, that obviously the figures for 2022 and 21 are still unaudited because we are still continuing that process of having our annual accounts audited.
And so I think this is a different document. This is page 14 on another one. This is on page 124 for us, but I'm just trying to see which. This is under the Globe Theatre Trust Statement of Intent. On page 14.
Yes.
It says in the note that funding for capital additions and renewals is recorded as income, and I see under the donations, fundraising and other similar income, it goes $5,000 for 2022, $100,000 for 23, and then 15 thereafter. So I just wanted to see if that 100,000 is reflective of the funding for additional capital.
Yes, it is. So
that's where it is.
That 100,000 is the 98,000 that we would have got from Central Energy Trust.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Just wanted to confirm that.
No.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. My questions relate to the statement of intent. In particular, I've got a couple of questions. On page, well, it's 120 of our agenda, but it's your page 10 of your statement of intent. And just looking at your targets, the targets for all 3 years appear to be all exactly the same with no growth. And you did mention that you've taken a conservative approach, but I just really wanted to understand what your thinking is in terms of perhaps not setting a target for any sort of growth in any of those areas.
The main reason for that is simply the resourcing. I believe that theatre is working pretty close to capacity at the moment. We can look at the theatre and say, okay, we've got downtime during weekdays is the obvious one. But if we're doing that, then on our current restrictions with staffing, we just can't afford to do it. So if we want to push those number of usages up, then I think we've got to start, well, I don't think, I know, we've got to staff it appropriately. We've been, I guess, working on the goodwill of staff for, since my involvement with the board, and they always go above and beyond. But for us to, to be adding to that, then we're actually pretty close to capacity at the moment. If we resource the thing, and that's the board's job, then maybe we can look at a bit more growth.
Okay, thank you. And just a quick question on that page also, number of discrete participants. What are discrete participants?
So that's just our way of measuring the people who perform, that do backstage. So we have an audience, and I've mentioned it a few times, it's really important for us that we count those people that are actually on the stage performing, helping out backstage, because that's quite an important part of the show as well.
Okay. And my second question is on page 126 of our papers, or 16 page 16 of the statement of intent. And that's the financials for the next 3 years. And that shows what you've indicated as a request, the additional 50,000 included in the receipts from council grants, going from 119 in the current year to 170 in year one. So I'm just wondering if that request, and that's also reflected in the payments to suppliers and staff, which I think you've alluded to in your comments. I'm just wondering what different outputs we could expect if there is that additional investment made by council.
I think the obvious one is I guess it's the rewarding staff for what they do at the moment. As chairperson of the board, I know that we're not rewarding staff adequately for what they do and what we expect of them. But I'd also we've got several things in the wings that we want to do. We want to do a bit more work around, and it's very much the part of a community theatre, training young technicians, giving them a taste to it. It's all very well seeing the upfront stuff. I guess the thing about using some of the theatre downtime, that if we've got the resources there, yes, we can do it, and that'll improve the usage figures as well. There's more we can do, there's more hireage we can look at, but we've got to resource it properly.
Okay, and if just one further question.
Sorry, if I could just join in. Just probably one thing to probably mention as well is that there is a lot of admin work that the manager has to do. And a lot of my time is often taken away from doing proper theatre stuff because I have to do an awful lot of admin work. Like, there is a lot of work that goes into producing the various reports we have to do. You know, meeting with people, kind of growing the Globe. So extra funding allows us to potentially bring in a third person for maybe 20 hours a week or 40 hours a fortnight, which then makes sure that, that we're getting adequate time off, that we're able to go and meet the people that I really want to be out there meeting and talking to, or Matt can go and do it. So it's that kind of, allowing us to just grow, because we have to try and grow the Globe. We have to, as John mentioned, we have those quiet days. We're looking at different strategies that we can use for the Globe. I can't have wrestling at the theatre every week, but I'd love to have more wrestling. But it's just, what else can the Globe Theatre do? I mean, we joked outside about, could we go bowling in the Globe? It's just, there's lots of things that the Globe can do. So we're just trying to grow during the day, the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesdays, during the day. What can we do with the Globe? How can I get people into the Globe?
Okay, so just to follow up the answer to both of those questions, really, you're talking about wanting some growth, but that's not currently, I can't see that reflected in the targets. Is the targets an assumption that that 50,000 will be added?
No, sorry.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is are those targets that have been set based on getting the additional funding or not getting the additional funding?
Those targets are based on what we're currently doing at the moment. Okay, they're 3-year targets. They can be changed. We can go back tomorrow and decide, right, before we present our full statement of intent in June, we're going to have a meeting with the council officers, because they have recommended in the report that there's a couple of targets that we need to look at. So that's just from conversation. This is not a conservative, it's looking back over the last 2 or 3 years and going, right, what were our targets then? What would we like to hit for the next 2 or 3 years? These are slightly inspirational targets. As of the end of March, I can say that our usages are currently 406. Our number of performances are 217. Our hours are 2160, our discrete participants are 29, and our audience numbers are 17,000. So with 3 months to go, we've got quite a lot of, if we were to look for next year and the year after, we've got a lot of growing to do. So yes, there is growth involved in those targets. We are a theatre for hire, so we are also very reliant on people putting on their shows, coming to Palmerston North, coming to the Globe Theatre, and we're being able to accommodate them. So it is, unfortunately, they can't be perfect because we just don't know, but it's what we think we would like to be hitting.
Thank you.
Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, gentlemen, for a comprehensive report. I was wondering, Jerry, was I correct in hearing your working week is 40 hours?
It's 80 hours a fortnight.
80 hours a fortnight?
Yes, yes, so yes.
And what would you actually recommend, or what would you say you realistically actually do?
God, I mean, it's been a year, but I would say probably close to 50, 55, about 50 hours a week, give or take. Part of it, I will admit, is probably my own fault because I will reply to emails at home and things like that, you know, but no, I'm quite good. It's just the nature, there's weeks where we can be very quiet, and then there's weeks where we are just chock-out, where we have 7 or 6. So there's weeks where you might do 80 hours in a week, and then the next week, you might only do 20 and take 3 days off. So there is that balance as we try and go through the year.
Yep.
Christmas time, we tend to have 3 or 4 weeks off over Christmas, which allows us to obviously, you know, cover those hours in lieu that we've built up over the year. That being said, this year I was back on January 7th because we had a band from Christchurch coming through. But that was just a case of going in for that Saturday, working, and then having the next 3 or 4 days off. You know what I mean? So it is manageable, but it's just not ideal. You know, it would be nice to bring my hours down and have a third person.
If I can add too, it's the nature of the work. I mean, you might be in there for the evening, you might be in the morning to help set up. You might, not finish till quite late. It's that sort of split shift type nature of it, and I'm sure Jerry's being very conservative with his estimate of hours.
I'm sure he has too, and seeing him there last night, well after 8 o'clock when I attended a Defence Hub event, I could quite imagine, and thank you for all that you do.
Thank you. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Oh, thanks, John. Thanks, Jerry. I just wanted to pick up on some of the comments or questions that have been raised around the, I guess, the usage that might speak to and assist the board, if not the Globe Theatre, with the diverse groups, the Pacifica, the Māori groups and that sort of stuff. But I get it, it's a venue for hire. That statement itself probably just takes away the ability for anybody, and say can afford it. But if there is some downtime, would that be something that the Globe and the board would consider, allowing some of the community groups who actually can't afford to hire a venue, but it might assist the board in with your statement of intent and objectives?
Yeah, I think that's really valid. To a certain extent, that happens now. There's been various groups that want to do something, but they're not sure whether it's going to work. We will be, or Jerry will be, very accommodating in terms of how that's paid with the Memorandum of Understanding, which is a much lower rate as opposed to just straight hire fees. We very rarely enforce any cancellation fee. So for a community group coming in thinking they want to have a go at something, it's just not working, it's not selling. We're 9 times out of 10 just happy to walk away with that, without enforcing the cancellation fees we have in any contracts. But basically, we'll talk about anything with any group that's wanting to use the venue. Well, not any group, but any community group that wants to use the venue. We'll talk about anything.
Thanks, John.
Just to follow on that, Councillor, before COVID, we used to have, I can't think of what they were called, but it was like an older person's group where they used to come in and they did exercise by sitting on the chairs and things like that. So they used to use Globe 2 from like 10 till 11 every Friday morning. It was basically $2 donation per person, and it was great, you know. I think they've moved across to the senior citizens building across the road. But yes, there's, as I say, we'll work with anybody. It's a venue for hire, and yeah, we just want to get it used as much as possible.
Thanks, Chair. Madam Chair.
Councillor Barrett, last question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to colleagues for covering much of the territory I'd hoped to. Just had one area to query in the statement of intent, and it may actually start with queried officers, Madam Chair. So it's page 121 of the agenda, or page 11 of the statement of intent in the contribution to environmental sustainability. The question for me arises around those targets for 24, 25, and 25, 26, which are around solar panels on roofs and changing out to more energy efficient heating and cooling. Would that sit more properly with council officers ultimately in terms of shouldering a lot of that?
Yes, I would envision those would be hard assets that would sit with council as the building owner.
Thank you. Can I then ask you, John and Jerry, you're clearly on a mission with the lights and on a mission with the zero waste and that kind of stuff. Is that kind of the limits of kind of what you guys see being able to kind of achieve on your end, and then it's kind of putting the ball back in our court to kind of work on some of those bigger, crunchier things?
I would say it's definitely a discussion to have with the facility managers about where we would like to go. Things like lights, while still kind of, they will come under the council purview. It is our goal to at least get all the stage, like when we buy all our new equipment now, they're all LED lights. We're in the process of hopefully replacing all the Globe 2 lighting at the moment because we've had a couple break. So this is the opportune time to hopefully replace all of them into LED lighting. But yeah, it would be a conversation with council building officers about what we can do going down that road and, you know, how they would be able to help us fund it, partnership, etc.
Yep. No, great. It's good to have that clarity there. Appreciate that.
Councillor Barrett.
Just to
Ian would like to
clarify, in these situations when it comes to lighting, usually the line there is around the base lighting is covered by council and paid for and installed by council, but maybe feature lighting is typically covered by the CCOs.
Right.
Yeah, sorry, that is correct. Yeah, it is the house lights in Globe 2, not the big lights.
Thank you all. Madam Chair.
Thank you. That's covered all the questions. Thank you, John and Jerry, for presenting both those reports for us and taking us through the areas of interest. Councillors, we have the 5 recommendations that were in the papers about receiving the 6-month report, receiving the draft statement of intent, agreeing that the recommended comments on the draft statement of intent be advised to the Trust Board, referring the Globe Theatre Trust request for an increase of $50,000 to their council grant to the annual budget deliberations, so not a decision on that today, but referring it through, and an administrative note that some of the elements that have been in the statement of expectation for a number of years have been dealt with, investigating Priava and reviewing ticket arrangements, so noting that those are complete. And I'm happy to move those. I also have an additional recommendation that I would like to bring forward, which is seconded by the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Marshall-Lobb. So before I speak to that, can I just check, Fire Debbie, are you okay to second all of the recommendations with me? Yeah, okay, good, so we can take those together. So thank you, gentlemen, for your report, and as always, for the work that the Globe does. You're a real hero in our community, and it's joyful to see the amount of activity that goes on. The various groups that find a home with you or find a place to perform, not just our local community performance, but the travelling shows that you bring through and the opportunities that that means for our community. So very grateful for the work that you do. And I'll support all of the recommendations, including the recommendation to put additional funding requests to the annual budget. I think that was well covered in the discussion today about the pressure on the organisation in terms of your aspiration, but also in terms of the cost of living issues that we're all dealing with and the ability of the board to respond in that market environment to retain and reward staff. The additional recommendation that I'm proposing is about, as you probably gathered in the tone of my questions, about how the performance measures that are included in the statement of intent reflect your aspirations for working with Rangatane and Māori performing arts, and that's talked about in there, but also what diversity and inclusion actually means. And for me, even in the answer to questioning, we seem to be working with different definitions of what is diversity. Is that a diverse range of performances that we put on stage? Is it a diverse audience group? Is that what we mean? And the answer isn't clear. It's because we haven't done the work to define what we mean by those terms. So I'm proposing here, after long conversations with our Deputy Mayor amongst others, that we ask you to consider looking in the performance measures about how you honour and implement Te Tiriti o Waitangi, so how we work with Rangitane and Māori, and how you're engaging with and enabling participation by our underrepresented communities. And I'm using that term, underrepresented communities, advisedly. There's good definition about that in the cultural community, particularly the New Zealand Film Commission has some very good definition about that. Councillor Johnston shared that with me the other day. And I think that helps us to develop our conversation about what do we mean by diversity and inclusion, and to start to generate that conversation, not just with the Globe, but across our CCO, signalling this is coming in all of the conversations, because I think this is a common thread that we're seeing is different interpretations in that. So there are 6 recommendations in front of us. I will open for comment on any of those. Councillor Zabelin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, ngā mihi kia koroa, for coming in and talking to us today. Well, firstly, I wanted to pick up on recommendation 5 about the in-house ticketing, and just emphasise why I think that's a very wise decision. I have some real-life experience in this in my former role as a facility manager for the Wallace Development Company Theatre, and being their sole employee, a jack of all trades, doer of everything. So a similar role to Jerry's. And during the COVID experience, we had a show which was cancelled. Some of the tickets were purchased through Grab Ones, the funds came directly to us and were held by us, and some were purchased through an external ticketing agency, which is common, and those funds were held off-site by that agency. When the show was cancelled, I was able to personally refund all those people who'd purchased tickets through Grab Ones immediately, because we had those funds on hand. Whereas the patrons who had purchased through a ticketing agency had a much more difficult route to try and recover their funds, and lots of them actually didn't get it back because there was a big debacle with that particular ticketing agency. So it was a really different experience for us, for one show, depending on how you bought your tickets. It went to show, I think, that people who had a direct contact with me as the administrator in that position was able to directly refund them. They all came back and rebooked when the show was back on. The difficulties faced process-wise for the other patrons was sort of a deterrent for coming back. I think that for a small venue, having your funds where you can access them and be responsive to those kind of changes is a really good idea. It's smart to keep your money where you can access it and be responsive. And as we've heard, that sort of responsiveness is being very well received in the community. The other point that I wanted to talk about was the stretch targets that we're discussing and looking at. If we are introducing stretch targets, then we do need to ensure that the staff and the patrons are safely staffed and looked after, particularly in the unlikely event of an emergency. If an emergency actually does arise, you do need adequate staffing to be able to marshal people to a safe position. There's also health and safety issues for burnout for staff. They're working long hours, erratic hours that are changing a lot. I've been in that position myself, in that role. It is a lot of pressure. And to be able to look after our team, make sure that they are supported and that they want to stay, they need to have adequate and safe working conditions, and being compensated for that appropriately is very important, particularly if overtime is being addressed in time in lieu. Because if time in lieu is how you are being compensated for that extra time that you work, but there is insufficient time for you to actually take annual leave or take that time in lieu because of the capacity of the calendar, it's just a mystery to me when you'd take leave at all throughout the year, to be honest, unless it was over that Christmas break. So I am very much in support of that recommendation as well. And just congratulations on your bounce back. It's been great. Thank you.
Councillor Johnson. Excuse me.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And yes, a big pat on the back to the Globe, staff and board. I think it's yeah, it's been a fantastic 6 months, and obviously the Globe is going from strength to strength, and that's going really well. I think what I'd like to speak to is this last resolution, and it's around, I guess, trying to provide a better direction from Council about what we mean when we talk about diversity and inclusion, and also being clear that the Te relationship is a separate issue, that the expectation of diversity inclusion isn't only extending to Māori here, but it should be wider in terms of ethnicity, in terms of socioeconomic status, in terms of ability or disability, and so on. And so the first step to achieving this, I think, is to at least be measuring it. And so where we don't see any measures in the KPIs, then we're left with a kind of a feeling about, you know, is it diverse or isn't it diverse? What are we measuring? You know, what are we basing that on? Certainly, there's a wide variety of shows, but I don't think, certainly in my own opinion, that's not really what we mean when we're talking about diversity and inclusion. I think there are a number of levels on which this could be considered. So, you know, John mentioned the audience diversity, especially in terms of age. I think the show diversity is, I understand the theatre for hire, but I think Councillor Fitzgerald made some good suggestions about how that could be broadened a little bit. But to me, the key to it is to achieve diversity on the board, because I think if you've got diversity on the board, then some of the different strategies that can be used to work on diverse audience and diverse shows and inviting in different communities to be part of the Globe, I think will become a lot easier. So, I mean, certainly we could go through some examples now, but I don't think that's necessary. I think the step one in this is to be measuring it, and then that at least will focus the mind on what needs to be done to, if indeed anything needs to be done, but I suspect it does, to actually achieve it. So, you know, I appreciate that this is perhaps a difficult area for the board, but nevertheless, I think given the sort of super diversity that we have in Palmerston North at the moment, it's an area in which we need to be working strongly so that we can demonstrate that our community theatre does actually reflect the diversity of the Palmerston North community in all its aspects. Thank you.
Councillor Michelad.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to also share my thoughts on this. And I wanted to thank also the Globe Theatre, Jerry and John, for the presentation today, because I know there's a lot of work that went into this. And I'm very much in support of the 5 recommendations that have been given to us by officers in the report, and also would be supporting this additional recommendation that's before us. That's simply because I believe that as part, I mean, our CCOs, not just with the Globe, but I'd love to see this also being extended to other CCOs that we have. And it's important that our organizations give effect to the treaty or Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and how we engage with mana whenua, that flavour is enhanced in the way that we work and also deliver, administer services in those organizations. And also trying to devise new pathways or trying to devise creative ways of engaging with communities that are underrepresented in our communities. Palmerston North is becoming increasingly diverse. And when I mean by diversity, I mean there are many ways of measuring diversity, but I'm not just meaning diversity of thought. But I'm also agreeing with Councillor Johnson when we speak about diversity in terms of more diversity or having more diversity in the board, diversity in terms of shows being enabled, and also diversity in terms of audience. How do we attract and other audiences in our communities that we feel are underrepresented? So I'm more than happy to support this and encourage the board and the Globe to find creative ways to become in ensuring that Palmerston North, or playing their part in ensuring that Palmerston North is an inclusive and progressive city. So more than happy to support us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm certainly happy to support all 6 of these recommendations. I guess my concern would be with number 6, what it might cost each of the CCOs to implement. And I realise things are already stretched for most. And has there been any consideration about not reinventing the wheel for each one, and what extra costs might be underlined for implementing this plan?
Thank you, Councillor Arnott. We're resolving here to ask the CCOs to consider, and I'm sure as part of that they will reflect on how this implements on their normal reporting requirements. So I don't anticipate any additional costs, but I'm sure the CCOs will tell us about that if there are any.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, Councillor Marshall-Lobb.
Tēnā koe, Madam Chair, o te rā, tēnā tātou. Thank you very much to the Globe board and staff, John, Jerry and team. Ngā mihi, thank you very much. I'm going to support all 6, but I want to speak to number 6 in particular. Clearly, as a council, we must serve the needs of all our community. Cultural diversity enriches our community. However, the point I wanted to make was Māori as tangata whenua have a distinct place within Aotearoa New Zealand, as accorded by Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Te Tiriti refers to the coexistence of 2 distinct cultures in partnership, Māori, Indigenous, and non-Māori. By expecting our CCOs to plan and implement Te Tiriti o Waitangi in their operations and activities, we honour our partnership and responsibilities under Te Tiriti. And I'd like to emphasise that we must also consider how we support other ethnic groups and diverse groups. What we need to do is to embrace equity. And where I'm coming from is equity means that we give people the things they need to succeed. Equality means giving everyone the same thing or the same opportunity. I want to make a distinction here. Equality creates an illusion that everyone is treated the same. However, this does not account for the systems and the structures that have been designed to advantage one group and not others. And in many cases, the suppression of Indigenous rights. I just want to be on record saying that. Kia ora koutou.
Kia ora.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Madam Chair, thank you. John and Jerry, thanks very much for your stunning report and all the mahi that you and your team do. And just to support Deputy Mayor and my colleagues as well, I'll be supporting all 6 of these recommendations, and particularly number 6. And as Deputy Mayor has described, there is a difference between diversity and the diversity discussion and the Treaty of Waitangi discussion, whereas the diversity spreads across the many different cultures that exist in our community from all over the world. The treaty relationship is between the Māori Indigenous people of this country and the other partner to the treaty, which happened to be the British Crown. Having said that, an example might be our cousins, our whanaunga from Fiji. They have a home to go home to. We Māori already live in our home, so we can't go anywhere. So that's why there's a certain distinction between the two, of a treaty relationship between 2 parties and the diversity which includes all other cultures that live in our country. But again, thanks to John and Jerry, and yeah, good luck. Madam Chair, thanks.
Finally, Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and endorse what colleagues have said, particularly the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Fitzgerald in their recent korero. A heartfelt thanks to add to John and the board and the volunteers there, and to Jerry and your team. Amazing what's being achieved through your initiative. My encouragement would be to keep those stress levels in the kind of healthy band and not towards the burnout side of it. So please do bear that in mind as you look into a very bright future. Just wanted to briefly comment, certainly do endorse the statement of intent as it sits there, but just acknowledge that some of the work actually kind of boomerangs and gets back to us, which I think is perfectly reasonable and fair in some of those spaces. But we'll certainly be looking forward to that progressing in a good collaborative discussion between us as building owners and managers and the Globe on the operations side of things to hopefully get some better outcomes there. We've seen a really great result recently with the airport investing in some improved heating and cooling and getting a good improvement in their performance there, and would like to see us, looking to where we can support our CCOs across the board, whether they're companies or community-focused organizations on that same journey. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you all for your comments. My intention to put all 6 together. People are happy with that, so I will ask you to vote. Thank you. That is passed with 14 votes in favour and 1 abstention. Thank you. And we will move to the next item on our agenda, which is Te Manawa Museums Trust, your 6-month report, July to December 2022, and your draft statement of intent 2023 to 26. Invite Susanna Shadbolt, Chief Executive, and Caroline Tate, Chair of the Trust Board, to join us and take us through the presentation of those reports. Thank you.
Kia ora, ko Caroline Tate aho. Along with Susanna, we are keen to present our 6-monthly report, draft statement of intent and request for additional funding. Susanna and I will speak briefly in relation to each document and will then welcome comments and queries. The 6-month period to the end of December marked a transition for Te Manawa as mask mandates ended and we saw an increase of visitor numbers back into the building. In the last quarter of the year, multiple art exhibitions opened in the art gallery, ranging from the Y exhibition through to an exhibition of works by artist Douglas McDermott. Staff were excited to see energy that came back into the space with more visitors. With the arrival of our new CEO, there was a change in focus for some activities, including pausing on pursuing funding for the Te Awa Gallery refurbishment so that we could undertake further work and ensure that we would get the best outcome out of refurbishment. We wish to note that although the deficit for the 6-month period is modest, we are predicting a much larger deficit at year-end and wish to signal this now. This is due to decreased opportunities for sponsorship and funding in a COVID environment, increased costs due to inflation, and due to filling previously vacant positions to ensure that we have the staffing levels we need to deliver on what we need to do. In addition, we have also needed to use contractors for unfulfilled roles. I will now hand over to Susanna to speak to the SOI and additional funding request.
Thank you, Caroline. I've written down here, Morena tātou. I think it's more like good afternoon, and tēnā koutou. Kia ora tātou, thank you so much for inviting us here today. I will take the SOI as read and would like to address the comments and recommendations made by the Council Officer. One was strengthen the partnership with the New Zealand Rugby Museum. As you will know, the NZRM currently occupies, free of charge, a prominent gallery space on Te Manawa's first floor, as well as a large climate-controlled storage area in our west block and a curatorial workroom and an additional smaller storage room at the back of the museum. By signing a 7-year sublease agreement between our two organisations, there is a strong commitment from both sides to proactively strengthen the partnership between us going forward. This will include working towards a partnership agreement to become the home for the prestigious Peter Bush archive of over 300,000 items that we are currently in negotiation with the Bush family, and also have applied for significant funding support from Lotteries New Zealand. A dual marketing campaign and Te Manawa providing staffing resources for special projects, supporting the development of a rugby education program and in future partnering on the development of a touring product. Director Stephen Burke and I have regular catch-up meetings, and I recently attended the NZRM board meeting to further a much closer working relationship between the two organisations. The second comment recommendation was about develop performance measures of contribution to environmental sustainability. I think we all understand that climate change is the most pressing long-term challenge facing Aotearoa. Te Manawa takes environmental sustainability very seriously, particularly going forward. We also recognise that as a cultural and creative organisation, we do have enormous potential to envisage a different future and potentially taking a leading role in the transformation. Our ultimate goal is to ensure sustainability underpins everything that we do. While we are constrained by our building, we will be proactively working with PNCC towards a new Te Manawa complex. Te Manawa staff actively recycle, do composting, reuse exhibition furniture, use sustainable materials and recycle building materials where possible. In 23-24, we will be moving towards activity-based workspaces and moving away from paper-based to digital office systems. The new system will be developed over a period of 2 years and is dependent on fit-for-purpose digital technology and Wi-Fi. In 23-24, we will reduce copying and paper use by 30%. We will also complete our biodiversity garden in our courtyard, educating visitors about sustainable backyards and food production. In 24-25, we are aiming to replace all existing gallery lighting with LED lights, and in 26-27, hope to replace all office lighting with LED. We also encourage staff to embrace an active and sustainable commute to work by providing safe and secure internal bike storage. Guided by PNCC timelines, we will upgrade our vehicles to electronic or hydrogen-powered ones. Sorry, this will take a little longer than planned. About our request for funding increase. Local governments nationwide have a pivotal role in funding our sector, as you are well aware of. As our main funder, we are incredibly grateful for the support, and we couldn't deliver the services that we provide without your trust and your support. Museums and cultural organisations struggle nationwide, especially in this current economic climate. We absolutely understand the pressure that councils are under. We also know, though, that there is no progress without investment. Our cultural infrastructure is ageing, particularly in the Manawatu compared with other cities and regions. Given the importance of museums and cultural organisations, not just for social and cultural well-being, and the enormous health and well-being benefits they provide, councils and ministries increasingly value the economic impact of our sector. And I'd like to refer to a recent Ministry for Culture and Heritage research that confirmed that nationwide the cultural sector generates over 10 billion to the economy plus growing. Our population, our sector as a whole has grown, but the current funding system is fragmented and often results in competition for limited resources. Museums nationwide are in the same situation. Te Manawa is no exception. While we are pleased to see that council funding was adjusted by 5% to reflect inflation, there is so much more that we could do with an increase. So why does Te Manawa need more money, and what could we offer with a funding increase? We want to continue our free education program. In addition, the Science Centre Inc., one of Te Manawa's founding societies, provides a transport subsidy that benefits those schools who have less funds available. We have recently invested in professional staff development and development of resources to provide new education offerings for Mātauranga Māori, the new history curriculum. Next term, our education program is completely booked out, and we now have to turn schools and students away. As far as I know, this is a first, and entirely due to the passion and the heart mahi from our incredible staff, and I'm really proud of this. We need to continue this. We need to engage with our communities, and especially our tamariki. This is our mandate, and it is our future. Our education team operates on a shoestring with few part-time staff, and COVID hasn't been too kind either, as we all know. We are wanting to recruit a Māori educator as we recognise that this is an area we seriously need to strengthen and build up capabilities across our organisation. The funding will also ensure that we can grow on those shoulders of giants that we stand on. We desperately need new exhibition furniture in particular cases and also lighting, and part of this can be sourced from external funders. We need to curate our own shows from our own collections. It is critical that we build our capacity to develop our own content and renew and start building on our reputation, particularly for science touring. We want to build this reputation further, collaborate with science museums and centres nationwide, and of course our amazing supporters and brains from Science Centre Inc. And we want to create a science space for Te Manawa. We also want to seriously invest in Centres Cave for display and for conservation purposes to ensure its survival longer term and a promotion beyond the boundaries. In partnership with the Arts Society, we want to establish a Manawatu Art Review that invites all our creative talent to showcase their work and celebrate it with them. We want to bring some exciting and rare opportunities for international touring shows, and we are currently invited with Canterbury Museum and Waikato Museum to bring an Australian exhibition titled 6 Extinctions to our region over Christmas. It features an enormous T-Rex skeleton. While this would be a financial investment, we would also look at developing strong sponsorship support around this. And last but certainly not least, we want to have the best possible staff. We want to attract and retain professional staff and remunerate them accordingly. Last time at my first council presentation, we were queried about the many vacancies and how we would address these. I am pleased to advise that Te Manawa has since restructured and we are actively recruiting. We have recently employed 3 part-time technicians. We have a very similar technician problem to the Globe. We have employed a spatial designer and an additional collection manager. We are currently recruiting for an exhibitions manager and are planning to advertise for the Māori curator, a graphic designer, and a curatorial and collections manager. So after years, we are getting close to being fully operational as a museum. However, staff costs have increased. We all know about the increased cost of living, and the collective bargaining recently brought a 7% salary increase. We are following council who have currently moved towards the strategic pay grading system, and as you all would know, this will further impact on our budget. Increasingly though, we are collaborating and partnering with others. We are buddying with the New Zealand Portrait Gallery and are developing a Robin Kahukiwa exhibition, a very prominent Māori wahine artist, to bringing this to the Manawatu at the end of next year and then touring the country. We have plans to partner with Wanganui Regional Museum on social history. We have plans to buddy with the Sargent Gallery in Wanganui and Aratoi in Masterton on art exhibitions. We also want to develop exhibitions and displays with Otago Museum, Canterbury Museum, Waikato Museum and MOTAD, the Museum of Transport and Technology in Auckland. We are in discussion with Massey University around museum studies and science and developing these strengths. UCOL bringing a tech week to Te Manawa shortly next month and also working around science. And of course the library in terms of the local history month in particular. We do take on a leadership role and support our local volunteer museums. And this also extends to our societies who will be involved in research, support and exhibition development. And of course the Ruck Museum with the potential Peter Bush project. But of course this all comes at a cost. We recognise that we need to be fiscally prudent and generate our own income. And we are developing a strong sponsorship program going forward. But in order to do so, we need to strengthen our offerings. So we are in a better position to actively seek and attract funding from local businesses. Our spring and summer program offers, for example, a strong local component. We are showing our local weavers. We are recognising the achievement of architect Brian Elliott and have already secured some funding. We are working in partnership with Bronwyn Zimmerman and Fran Dibble on a major Paul Dibble exhibition. And into this mix, we want to bring iconic New Zealand artist Rita Angus, who, by the way, went to school here at Girls High, and of course our very own Centrescape, and hopefully we can throw some dinosaurs in that mix too. Thank you very much for listening. Tēnā koutou katoa.
Kia ora, thank you. You covered an awful lot of ground there, Susanna, and thank you, Caroline, as well, for coming in. I'll open for questions. There are a few arriving. I wanted to start by asking about the issue that was identified in the Council Statement of Expectation around the ongoing environmental controls in the art gallery building. And you talked a lot about exhibitions that were coming through. Are they able to come into the art gallery building?
Maybe. So we are currently doing readings or taking readings, and we have to present these two to Papa, so we're still in negotiation. The readings aren't great, and we are not up to international or professional museum standards at all, sadly.
And so with those readings, that would stop those exhibitions coming to Te Manawa, or stop them coming just into that building?
Particularly that building, because they're very strong I guess, requirements for particular works of art, and because they are considered as, very valuable assets. The other buildings, the other galleries are not so much affected by this, but particularly the art gallery.
Okay, thank you. And you were there for the discussion with the Globe, so you've heard that conversation about the performance measures separating out work that honours and implements Te Tiriti o Waitangi and the inclusive and diverse communities. I just wanted to seek a comment, your reflection on that discussion and how that might apply to Te Manawa.
Yes, absolutely, and I'm fully in support of this, and we have had many discussions and are continuing to discuss. We are undergoing a strategy workshop next month as well, and that will be one of the key discussions that we are having too going forward. And then on an operational level, what we're doing, particularly focusing on Mātauranga Māori and employing Māori staff, and in particular a Māori educator.
From a board perspective, we've recently undertaken a skills matrix to understand where our strengths lie, and following on from that, I think we've determined that we have capacity for emerging leaders, bringing them into the board, and the next discussion is around diversity and diverse representation on our board. So, we're aware that there is a big Pacifica population in Palmerston North. We don't have representation in that space. We're aware that there is a big refugee population in Palmerston North. We don't have representation in that space. So we're looking to pursue those avenues in terms of a co-opt and what we might be able to do there to better represent our communities.
Thank you both. Councillor Zabelin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Korua. I've got a few questions for you. I'll try and move through them quickly. The first one is on page 141, there's a reference to converting cash to term deposits. So I'm just curious if you could explain the rationale for a term deposit on the bank of seeking additional funding.
Could you give us a page reference that we understand,
yes.
please?
Oh, I've got 141 on my pages. That is, that's on the council report there, page 141, 5.5, right at the top.
So the question was about converting cash to term deposits?
Yeah, I'm just curious in the context of seeking additional funding, what's the rationale for term deposits if cash is required?
I'm going to invite Catherine Parsons to comment. No? I've had that clarified. Thank you. So when we have surplus cash, we do put them on short-term term deposits to generate a little bit of interest for us while we have that surplus.
Cool. Sorry to start with a gnarly one. Secondly, there's talk of the free school education program, and there's sort of about $15,000 earmarked for that. I'm curious, is that for a 1 year of the project, or is that over the period of the SOE?
Good question. It is for 1 year earmarked.
Excellent, thank you. And There's also talk of, in the report, of a new initiative to generate donations, working with your founder organisations. I'm wondering, does that overlap with the fundraising position that was vacant, or is referred to as vacant in the report, or has the fundraising position changed up in the restructure?
This position was changed in the restructure for now, but we are working with the societies as well to generate funds and have many more activities and events, and also opportunities to perhaps gain some commission as well and support particular further collections.
So it's sort of a change of focus rather than having a dedicated fundraising role. It's more of a collaborative exercise.
It's also a bit of a vexed environment with fundraising at the moment. The focus is on emergency funding for cultural organisations that are not able to keep their head above water, and unfortunately we fit into the too successful category relative to other organisations. So we could have the best fundraiser in the world and still not see the sort of successes we would like to see right now in that space.
Yes. Excellent, thank you. Just in regards to the request for additional funding, I noticed that because your aspirations and the vision that you've built there is really quite awesome and inspiring. And in the needs column and the challenges you addressed in terms of inflation and rising freight costs and below spec spaces and that refocusing of funding, to my mind, those seem like ongoing or like multiple year type issues that would require addressing. So I'm hoping you can sort of help me understand, if you take away the $15,000 for the education program and the $90,000 for remuneration, how far can the remainder, 145k, go to addressing all of those things in the space of 1 year?
Another good question. I think it's more like a kickstart for us, and just it will be a band-aid. So the billing issues will always remain, but I'm really pleased to hear that we are engaging with council already on the way forward, and will be part of that discussion in terms of the cultural precinct. It would help us enormously in terms of having the staffing levels in order to actually generate those programs, which will then again help us raise funds and go out to the community as well, and will be part of that sponsorship program going forward.
Excellent, thank you. Last one, which is, I'm curious as to why this is a one-off application, is that correct? Rather than a adjustment to your operating budget?
Whichever one you say yes to is what we'd like to do.
So I'm wondering if you can comment then on the benefit of sort of why this is geared towards a one-off application as opposed to the ongoing nature of the issues that need addressing, why it's not more geared towards an overall continued increase to your operating grant.
I think we would love to see it as a permanent increase. We're just conscious that the environment is particularly tough at the moment, and so we've gone for what we thought might be more palatable as a short-term cash injection that would just enable us to uplift what we can do. But if the council wants to provide a baseline funding increase to this magnitude, we would happily accept it and do really well with it.
Great, thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few questions as well. Thank you both for being here. Wanted to start off in the relationship space. In the statement of intent in the forward, it says, quote, relationships with the arts and science sector have been strengthened since July, and just wanted to understand then kind of the rationale around reviewing the relationship strategy and kind of what is under review there, and what's the issue that we're trying to solve by reviewing the relationship strategy?
Perhaps review is a strong word. So what we are doing is actually actively collaborating and networking with the sector as well, and developing projects together. So this is just exploring and focusing on a new direction as well.
Thank you. So can I get a little bit of understanding, I guess, of the relationship strategy itself then, as it's referred to? I'm trying to understand who owns it. Is it a management strategy? Is it a board strategy? And how is its efficacy monitored?
I think in part it will come out of the strategy workshops that we're undertaking in May. So we're looking at Te Manawa strategy and what that can be moving forwards, and that will involve engagement with the board, management and staff. And in addition to that, we'll be engaging with the local societies to understand what their vision is of Te Manawa. So I think that's part of the strengthening work that will take place, and I think the question will come up, what is their role in contributing to our success, and how do we ensure that they engage with us proactively to maximise their opportunity to be heard in what we do moving forwards.
Thank you. So the scope of that really then is around the founding societies in terms of that relationship strategy that's being referenced.
So there is the broader strategy, and then they will play a part in that broader strategy with us, very conscious that we need to ensure that they are engaging with us and that we are hearing their voices.
Thank you. Just wanted to ask around the SOI as well in terms of the purpose and vision and mission kind of front matter on it, and quite a rephrasing and refreshing of that, perhaps you might say, vis-a-vis the current year, and just wondered what process had been gone through to kind of reposition that vision and mission and purpose articulation.
I think speaking from a board level, it's been an organic process to date in terms of having a change in CEO. A new CEO comes with a slightly different vision to the last, so I think it's been very much organic. Where it will really develop further will be the strategy piece of work that we'll be undertaking, because it will then frame that within, what do we see as an organisation as our strategic imperatives.
Thank you. A couple more questions, Madam Chair. First, thank you, Susanna, for the quite specific list of practical things that you're thinking about in the environmental sustainability space. Is there some thinking on your end about how that might be kind of wrapped up and reflected into something that could come back into reporting to Council ultimately?
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. So this is sort of, that's the intent, that this will come to council. These are measures that we would like to commit to as well going forward as a starting point. And of course, we always review and try and improve.
Okay, great. Thanks for clarifying that. I wasn't sure if that was kind of in-house activity or if you were thinking to reflect that back to us by reporting.
Yes,
It sounds
absolutely.
Great.
Yeah, absolutely.
Excellent. Thanks for that.
Yeah.
Thanks for that clarification. Page 189 of our papers, sorry, I'll try to cross-reference that for you, refers to coming up with a balanced program of activity, and I just wondered, what do you mean by balance? Who sets that balance?
I guess as a team, and it is determined by our three strands, art, science and history, and I do also like to refer actually to that as our 4 pole. So it is art, science, history and Mātauranga Māori as well. So this will be set, and we are organising a balanced program, and it will be involving the staff as well, and of course working with the founding societies too.
Thank you. And finally, building on some of the queries around the Band-Aid and the kind of actual future outlook there around investment required to keep Te Manawa in a strong position. If you're wanting to break out of the kind of CPI type mold for getting into the next long-term plan, I guess, have you had opportunities to engage with relevant officers that are doing the LTP work to signal some of your concerns there, or kind of what do you see as the, what have you done to date to kind of raise that within the LTP planning process?
I'm quite new to this, so I wasn't aware that that was the lever we needed to pull in terms of advancing the script. So we have the regular catch-ups with council officers and have raised this as part of that. If we need to engage with LTP officers, we're really happy to do that.
Yeah, I'm not the process expert either. I'm just trying to get at we might be able to do something in this final year of, through an annual budget process, but ultimately if there's a significant enduring disconnect, I guess we need to be conscious of that. I just wanted to understand from your perspective what beyond signaling it to us today, what other activities you might have undertaken in that regard.
I think it's been primarily related to engaging with our council officers that are nominated to meet with and explore issues to date.
Excellent. Thank you. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Finlay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at recommendation 4 there, you're asking us to put forward an extra $250,000 to the long-term plan or the annual plan. And I look at on page 134 with the external revenue target, you've only met 21% of it. And the comments there that it's due to the change in priorities following the arrival of the new chief executive. Could you expand on that a bit, please? Why you've, the external funding has dwindled so much?
So in part, we did have some initiatives that we were tentatively advancing in terms of gallery refurbishment. With the arrival of Susanna, it did prompt a further discussion in terms of was the vision the appropriate vision to take forward in terms of the scope and nature of the redevelopment, and we actually felt that the egg was not fully cooked, that we actually needed to go take a step backwards, think about it a bit more, and be really clear about what our vision was. And so there is funding that we simply haven't applied for because we felt that we needed to pause on projects.
You couldn't have applied for it for anything else?
We've got to consider the resources that we have available to deliver on various things, and so if we were applying for other things, we would then need the resourcing to deliver on those. So we need to be sensible about where we put our time and energy.
And the focus has changed, and we are going through a strategy. And I think the council had the similar thing happening with the cultural precinct. So obviously some more thinking, some more work needed to be done around this. So just going out for funding for the sake of going out for funding applications didn't seem the right step to take at that moment in time. We just want to be sure where we are heading. And I'm approaching the museum with a much more holistic view of where we are going, and want to bring all staff on board with that as well.
I'm just getting my understanding right there. So saying part of the reason you haven't applied for the money is because of the cultural precinct of the council?
No, it was just to get you probably to understand that it needed to pause because it wasn't developed enough in order to go out for funding.
Okay, thank you.
The Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for the report. And I can sense a real renewed energy there, and lots of really popular programs happening. And if you achieve that, cheapest, the numbers should start to turn around. 3 questions, Madam Chair. In terms of the partnership side, with the New Zealand Rugby Museum, is the lease and the whole, I suppose, arrangement with them, is that all signed and fully sorted?
Yes, we've just recently signed they've signed the 7-year lease agreement, sublease agreement.
Right. Second question, archives. What's your view, and we did the tour around the facility, and I've just come back from another city which has some archives issues. What's your view around off-site archives or stores, or at least some off-site space?
I think a little bit more exploration and research needs to be done around this, and also for the needs of other organisations, of course, around the city and the region. One thought that comes to mind, and I've mentioned this to you before, is out of sight, out of mind, and that would be a shame for collections, and particularly us going forward in terms of providing access, greater access to collections. But I'd be really happy to explore that further with you, with the councillors, officers, and also with the other local organisations and the needs there.
Okay, thank you. And final question, you talked a lot about sponsorships and some external revenue, and some of the other questions touched on that, and I gather it's pretty critical for you going forward and on what you were really wanting to achieve. Could we get very briefly an understanding of what that external, who are the externals? I mean, would be interesting to know. Are they lotteries? Are they other local government, i.e. is it MDC? Is it the regional council with, you know, the science aspect? Is it businesses? Or is it all the above?
Pretty much. So very good question. So for Peter Bush, for example, we've gone to Lotteries New Zealand, and for the science as a starting project, because that requires a lot more funds, obviously, going forward. For example, Otago Museum 6 years ago, I think their centre cost 5 or 6 million. We will be going to MB as to initiate some funding there, and of course we'll also work with the Science Centre Inc. because they are the experts and they have the connections. Fonterra might be interested in this. There might be some in-kind support as well coming through the likes of Massey University, perhaps UCOL as well. In terms of the art, there's often Creative New Zealand as an avenue as well, but they usually only sponsor or fund artists for particular projects, not organisations. The Ministry for Culture and Heritage, they had recently a regeneration fund, but that was really more, that is a one-off funding that is now depleted, and it was really for new initiatives and projects going forward. So I'm hoping to strengthen our local output and connections as well, that we can actually attract a lot of local funding and sponsorships. And one perhaps smaller project is really the Brian Elliott exhibition as well, where there's some really invested local organisations and architects as well. The New Zealand Institute of Architects, for example, that is very keen to support as well funds or bring funds forward on a certain level too. I hope I answered all your question.
Yeah, no, you did. And I suppose because the museum, or Te Manawa as a whole, is quite unique with science, have you thought about R&D companies? I mean, you know, I mean, you mentioned Fonterra. Obviously, it would be Fonterra Research, but other R&D companies that have science at their heart.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My questions relate to the financials. Hi there. I'm just looking at, sorry, just finding the page, page 199 of our papers, which is page 23 of the Statement of Intent. The assumptions around the PNCC operational grant, the increase from the 22-23 to the 23-24 year, on the financials is just 183,000 increase, which it's outlined a few pages earlier that that's a 5% increase. So has the request for the 250 additional not been included in your financials?
No, it hasn't been
and so, thank you. Madam Chair, I noted that in the Globe report it was, the additional 50 that was being requested was included, but it's not been included here. However, the recommendations look quite similar in terms of the fact that it will be considered in the annual budget deliberations. I'm just wondering if we could perhaps get a staff comment, or what is the assumption here? I guess what I'm trying to understand is how does the statement of intent align with the annual budget decisions? Do we, given that additional money is not included in this draft statement of intent? Am I making myself clear or not?
Hazard a guess on that? It might be something we have to take offline and advise separately, Councillor. It doesn't look like anybody's
okay.
able to
So
answer.
could we...
Hold on a moment. It seems the Chief Financial Officer has found inspiration.
Yeah, just trying to sort of understand how everything lines up in this process, but ultimately what you would expect is that if you were to take this through the annual budget process and the funding is made available, then you would expect that to flow through the statement of intent so that they line up.
Okay, thank you. So I guess in looking at these papers, I did have a look at attachment 3, which was the information to outline what the request for the additional 250,000 was for. And I could see some detail, just trying to find, that's on page 215. There was some detail in there towards the bottom of those bullet points of 90,000 towards salaries and 15 towards the education program, aside from the additional 5% or 183 that's already incorporated into the budget, where would the rest of the 250,000 likely be applied?
Councillor, I think that was asked and answered by one Councillor Isabellin's questions. I think that has already been covered. So can we move to the next one?
Oh, okay. Okay, I'll just leave it there then.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is also around page 199 or page 23 in your statement of intent. I apologise, I perhaps misheard in your introduction. You were talking about a number of deficits that we were looking to solve by providing this additional $250,000 boost for next year. I see that your budgets don't assume you have the extra $250,000, yet you're expecting to make a $2,000 surplus next year and $13,000 the year after. So I'm just trying to understand where those deficits are that we're trying to plug.
Just going to invite Catherine Parsons, our Financial Manager, to respond.
I think that they're not with thousands at the top of the columns. It's $200, not 2,000, and 13,000, not.
Sorry, apologies. For 2023 to 24, yeah, 203 this year, 1,958 the year after, and 13,989 the year after that. But what I thought I heard through the introductory comment was that there were some quite big deficits that this $250,000 would help alleviate, but I'm not seeing those deficits in the net surplus or deficit column. So I'm just trying to understand where those deficits are.
We are heading for quite a large deficit this year, so this would help us go into next year to retain the operational level that we would like to plan.
So am I looking at the wrong budget because it says you're going to make a $203 profit this year? Am I?
No, that's the first year of the statement. That's the budget for this financial year. It's not actual figures. And you'll have seen that in the 6-month report we had a small deficit at the December period.
Apologies, that was my looking at the wrong column, but the year after we're not predicting a deficit. Is that correct?
This budget here is not looking for a deficit, but that's without the 250. But there are a lot of planned activities that the CEO would like to undertake for which we would need that money, for which I haven't budgeted.
Okay, thank you very much. And no, I won't worry about that question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Also on finances.
Catherine, you might need to come back.
Thanks, Catherine. I'm just not clear, looking at the prospective statement of revenue and expenses on page 199 or page 23 of our papers, about the budgeted increases year on year. So the budgeted PNCC operational grant for 23-24 is a 3.5 million approximately. Now that's a 249,000 increase on the year before.
That was the number, well, it's not actually, because the year before is actual 21-22, if you're looking at that schedule.
Well, look.
That's a budgeted figure. The council was very generous, and in this operational year we're getting, I think, quite a lot more than that anyway.
Okay.
And then the number that's in the budget for the 23-24 year was advised to me by a council officer as the likely amount to go into the plan when I started this process in January.
Okay, so I understand. So the budgeted column there is actually underdone compared to what you're receiving?
Yes.
Okay, cool. And then the 24-25 year compared to the 23-24 year, there's a 170,000 increase. Mm. But then the 25 to 26 year compared to the 24-25 year, there's only a $64,000
Yeah,
increase.
I think in the beginning, in the notes that accompany these, there are my assumptions on the CPI I've applied against increasing and changing that. grant, because usually it's based on the CPI, and I haven't kept the current CPI going forward through the following last 2 years, because usually these change so much year on year that it's really just a CPI adjustment exercise going out in future unless we know a major activity is under exhibitions.
Okay, I understand that now. Thank you. So what CPI assumptions have you used then?
Off the top of my head, I can't remember, but because there's something at the notes at the
All right,
beginning.
thank you. Perhaps I need
think
to read
it
the
was
small print better.
5%, 4.8 and 2.
Okay, thank you. That's lovely.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Oh, thank you, ladies. Just about the education grant, I'd like to understand that the programs at Te Manawa are not funded by MOE?
Some of them, we receive $60,000 a year at the moment to fund what's called, it used to be learning outside the classroom, but it's now called enhanced learning curriculum, I think.
Sure. Okay. So, Catherine, does that mean that the program that you want to run is actually valued at $75,000 for this coming year?
I'll let Susanna answer that because she's dealt with it.
No, it will be more. This is usually the income when we charge for education programs, but we want to bring more equity across the board and provide a free education program to bring more of our tamariki in. So the actual cost of the program will be a lot higher than the $60,000 that we receive, and we're hoping to go out to external funding of the likes like a trust such as TJ McCarthy Trust as well to support education.
Wonderful. And last question, Madam Chair. 4.8, 135, page 135. It talks about, it's been brought up before, the $947,000 fundraising effort that was reprioritised. The question I have, Susanna, is the refresh for the 2 galleries, has that been put on hold for now, or is that included in the program in the coming years?
It will definitely be included, but we need to do a lot more thinking around it and where this is heading in terms of our vision and strategy and including all the staff. So there wasn't a lot of planning that happened and just more a desire, and obviously everyone is aware that it needs to have a refresh, but we are actually wanting to develop a science space in particular, and we also want to revive the Te Rangi Whenua Gallery in particular, working with our local iwi there, and the social history exhibition, gradually revitalise it as well and have an evolving program of exhibitions and bringing in new refresh there too.
Brilliant. Madam Chair, thanks.
Thank you. Last question, Councillor Hancock.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Susanna. I was really just going to talk about the 2 galleries. And Councillor Fitzgerald has already asked the question, which I was going to, but so is that still also tied in with the storage and preservation requirements? Is that all linked in terms of the refresh that's needed in there?
I'm not entirely sure what you mean, what's the linkages there. I mean, we definitely need new and much more improved storage facilities as well. So could you perhaps clarify your question?
Just in terms of the 2 galleries which were going to be refreshed, is that purely just kind of cosmetic, or is it got some underlying other issues that need to be dealt with?
It's not just cosmetic, so it will be a lot of research needs to happen, and also in terms of buildings. So, for example, the current Te Awa space, which is sort of around the river, obviously, that needs to be completely gutted out, and we are just developing this area into a new science space as well going forward. Does that answer the question?
Yeah. I just want some reassurance that it's just a little bit more than just something cosmetic. And
Absolutely. It will be in-depth research, and we will sort of create steering groups and project management teams as well going forward there.
Great. Thank you. Cheers. Madam Chair.
Thank you. That is all of the questions. So thank you, Susanna, Caroline and Catherine for popping in there with the finances. So we have the recommendations that were in the paper, the 4 that you've read there: receiving the 6-month performance report, receiving the draft statement of intent, agreeing that the recommended comments be advised to the Trust, and referring the request for additional funding to the annual budget deliberations. And I've also added to that the recommendation that we discussed earlier in the Globe discussions around honouring and implementing Te Tiriti o Waitangi and looking at how the organisation's engaging and enabling participation with underrepresented communities. Deputy Mayor, are you happy to second all of those recommendations? Thank you very much. I'll invite your comments, everybody, bearing in mind we're heading to lunch. I just want to say thank you to the Trust Board and to the CE and staff of Te Manawa for the reports and the time and effort that goes into presenting all of that to us. I hope you're encouraged by the amount of questions about how interested we are in what goes on in our CCOs and how much we value the work that you do. And I was pleased to hear your response when you hadn't seen this recommendation that we've added, that aligns with very much the flow of where you're expecting to go with Te Manawa. That's encouraging to hear that, and we look forward to seeing how those conversations pan out and increasing our understanding of particularly our underrepresented communities and the space that they find in Te Manawa. Opening for comment, Councillor Wood.
Oh, I'm first up. Thank you, Madam Chair. I sometimes feel like the bad guy in this chamber, but I want to comment particularly on item 4, around the additional $250,000. And my questions derived an answer that I felt was a bit unclear. So, looking at these budgets, assuming that there isn't a $250,000 injection, they are budgeting for the year 23-24 on a small surplus. Now, that may turn into a small deficit. As we know, costs can change and budgets are just budgets, but they're predicting around about that break-even mark and a similar level for 24/25. And so I really do appreciate the desire of management and the desire of the board to implement new projects and new programs above and beyond what they're currently offering. But in light of the economic condition that this council finds ourselves in, my appetite for new and above and beyond programs is reasonably low. In light of the tough decisions we've had to make with our budget, reducing a number of our operational expenditures and our renewal expenditures, my feeling is it would be difficult for me to support then increasing $250,000 of Te Manawa's budget to do what are very honourable and worthwhile programs, but may not be feasible in the current conditions we find ourselves in. Things like increased freight costs and significant increases in insurance, I have to assume have already been budgeted in to the budgets that we have seen, as those kind of costs are part of operations whether you receive this or not. And so given those costs, to my understanding, would have already been budgeted in, and you are still predicting, or Te Manawa is still predicting, that they will make a small surplus. Although I respect and understand what you're trying to do with the additional revenue, I would ask the Chair if we can take recommendation 4 separately, as I'm not comfortable at this stage voting in favour of programs above and beyond what Te Manawa is already doing. We've seen your performance measures, you're on track on pretty much all of them. It's a very impressive story coming out of COVID, what you're able to achieve with what you've got. And given there is already the provision for a 5% increase for the next year, which helps take into account some of those inflationary expenditures, it would be my intention yet to vote against the additional $250,000. And I recognise it may go through to the annual budget and it can be deliberated then, and if that's the case, then we'll assess at that time. But at this stage, I'm not comfortable referring it into that process, and I'll be voting against it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll separate out item 4, just noting, as you just said, this is just to refer to the annual budget, not to accept that additional funding. Councillor Zabelin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To echo some of Councillor Wood's comments there, that many of the issues that have been listed as why this grant is needed are, to my mind, not issues that can be solved with the amount of funding that's been requested. It also concerns me that coming out of a restructure, there is a need for an additional $90,000 to pay the staff. It seems like that shouldn't be the result of a restructure. However, I do take the point that is reflective of our economic reality, but that is another ongoing expense. So everything in this application seems to me to be pointing to seeing you back here with the same needs and the same issues, because those people will need to be paid longer than the duration of this funding application. Those inflation issues, the building inadequacies will still exist, and we will want those education programs to continue. So for this application, I'm sort of looking at a longer term view. What I'm really looking for is more solid information about what this extra funding will actually specifically achieve in terms of programs and for how long, because I take the point of trying to be sensitive in this environment and saying this, we're just sort of looking for a kickstart, but the signalling in this is that there is a big vision, and I can't see how this funding is going to achieve that vision without it being a longer term commitment. So I'm not sure that that's fit for purpose for what you're trying to achieve. And also just wanted to pick up in my questioning, point in questioning there, that it might pay to revisit the term deposit policy if paying your people is not feasible under your current structure or budget. I did see that it has halved in the last couple of years, so maybe that's already in train, but I just wanted to pull that out, that if paying people is difficult, maybe term deposits could be a way to shore that up a little. It's a tricky one for me. I'm going to leave that there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Finlay.
Along the same lines, I won't support 4. Looking at the situation and the cost of living and the ratepayers of the city, we've got to be wise what we do with and how much money we take off the ratepayers. When I see an organisation that's making a budgeted profit, and they come to us and ask for an extra $250,000. But then the thing that bothered me mostly was the fact that only 21% of their funding, external funding, was achieved. And I sort of accepted what was said about it, but if funding is available, and they looked at a 900,000 last year, why are they only forecasting 250 next year? Which is a $65,000 increase on what they've received this year. So maybe if they really want to get some of these projects off the line, external funding could be a way of doing that other than coming to the ratepayers. So I won't support number 4.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just want to say thank you and well done to Te Manawa and the board. You know, it's always a difficult time for an organisation going through a period of change, and I think, you know, you've come through with a positive vision for how you want to change things going forward. So congratulations on that. I'm not opposed to the consideration of increased funding for Te Manawa, and I think if we're realistic about it, we all know that some of the facilities at Te Manawa have been degrading over time, and that when you take a walk around Te Manawa, it's very clear that there's quite a lot of deferred maintenance and upgrading that needs to be done. There are practical difficulties in managing in that space. And I think, you know, it's perfectly reasonable for us to consider this request along with every other request that we might have during the annual budget. We don't necessarily spend a huge proportion of our rates on the arts. In fact, I would say a very small proportion, relatively speaking. And yet, you know, having a creative and exciting city is one of our major goals. So I think it's too soon to be declaring that we won't be supporting the request for increased funding. I think we should go into this with an open mind and also be realistic about the operating environment in Te Manawa, which has been quite difficult over the last few years with COVID. Visitor numbers have been down. You know, there's a need for some revamping of galleries and exhibitions. There's a need for developing of travelling exhibitions. And we know ourselves that, you know, the cost of retaining good staff is increasing. So I just think we've got to be realistic here about this request for funding. And I'm certainly not prepared to just condemn it out of hand. I'm quite happy to refer it to the annual budget, where we can consider it with other requests and decide what the priorities are, remembering that having a fantastic facility like Te Manawa, which is a combination of art, science and culture in the city, is actually a high point for the city in terms of our cultural offering. And, you know, it's a CCO, so, you know, we're not running it directly, but on the other hand, we're the major funder. So, you know, if we underfund this organisation, then it will show. And I think if you walk around it, it is showing already. So I just would plea for councillors to be more open-minded about funding the arts and making sure that, you know, if we've got a museum, that we're backing it and giving them every opportunity to do a good job for the community. So I will be supporting all of them. Thank you.
The Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to acknowledge Te Manawa again. I mean, they came here today with some quite exciting ideas and new programs, and yet we're fixated on talking about taking away money before we've even really debated it. So, like Councillor Johnson, I want to keep an open mind. And look, just a couple of things. And you don't do restructures to try and pay your staff less. I actually think that's probably a little bit of a red herring. They're trying to make the organisation fit for purpose. And we know that the costs are just going through the roof. We're a city that probably doesn't fund this as well as we could compared to some of our city neighbours, and we're unique in that we've got heritage, art, science, and actually bucket loads of culture mixed into one. And that comes with some extra costs as well. We're home to a history department at Massey. We're home to numerous CRIs, and we've got to reflect that in this organisation as well. Been talk about the external money isn't there, but actually you've got to fund things to encourage the external money to come along as well. And we've got a new team on board. They're doing their best. They've signalled they want to do more. Please, let's just debate this properly, and perhaps the argument can be put up with a little bit more substance on what we're actually going to get for the 250 in the LTP. So please, if you can, just keep an open mind on this. So I will be supporting it, thank you, and ask you to.
Thank you. Councillor Naylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, along the lines, similar lines to a few other previous speakers, I won't be supporting recommendation 4, but very happy to support the rest of the recommendations today. I feel that it's been appropriately acknowledged the increases in costs in terms of the 5% increase in year 1 and 4.8% increase in year 2. So that's 183,000 additional operational grant from council in year 1, and then a further 170,000 in year 2. To me, that's quite significant. And whilst the annual budget, I acknowledge, is the usual place to debate in full, and that may well still happen, I wouldn't support it moving it to that stage, just because I think we see everything comprehensively in the draft statement of intent. I think that gives me enough information to know where I sit on that, so I won't be supporting recommendation 4.
Thank you. Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Supportive of all recommendations, including 4, for these reasons. It's a CCO, and we have a key responsibility to make sure they're financially equipped. And I'm separating this decision to actually funding the 250,000, which will be made in the draft, in the annual long-term plan decision-making process. So this is not the decision to fund it, it's just referring it. As far as the consistency goes, you know, the Globe Theatre actually weren't showing any big deficits either in other years, and the 50,000 is just to sustain them. So if you're going for consistency, the argument wasn't raised at that point for the 50. Te Manawa is proportionately, I'm just comfortable referring it to the long-term plan. It's a regular process that we do, and we'll talk around the levels of service and the programs that will be established out of that when we go through that process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just like to say what a fantastic asset for the city and what a massive draw card So I certainly will be supporting all of these. I totally agree with what the Mayor said, and I even totally agree with Councillor Johnson, which scares me a bit. So I would urge everybody to support these, please.
Clearly, we're all getting ready for lunch and people are getting a bit loose. Councillor Hancock.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and I'm going to agree with Councillor Arnott.
Quick, send sandwiches.
Look, this is not the right time to pick apart what is really Te Manawa actually just signalling to Council that they actually need or may need some more funding going forward. It's right to refer this to the annual budget process, and of course we've got a wee way to go in terms of both submissions and also deliberations, so putting this in the mix is the appropriate thing to do. This is our CCO. We own it. It's our thing, so we have to make sure that we actually provide, I think, a platform for them to succeed, not a platform to fail. And I just think that we all need to be very mindful of Palmerston North's position in the wider region, and we are a pivot point for many other communities around our area. And of course, it's very important that we have a facility like Te Manawa that actually showcases Palmerston North at its best. So please don't turn this thing away at this point in time. It's way too early in the piece. Thank you.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And briefly, people do deserve a fair hearing, and especially when it's our partners. And so I would be most disappointed if we were not able to at least invite them fully into that participation in the long-term plan debate, noting that there's still 2 days left to put in submissions. So even if the resistance is successful today, they could exercise their democratic right and be back in here. So let's just be, the sort of council that doesn't reward an upfront conversation about challenges and opportunities with, getting shut down before they even really get to properly make that case. And I would say, having read the documentation today, there is scope to much more clearly clarify and articulate the value proposition around that $250,000. And there's also a need to be really helping us understand kind of the big picture looking into future years as well, because we need to make sure that we're getting it right for the future as well in terms of future years. So would urge all to support all of the recommendations and look forward to considering this alongside other matters in the annual budget process, Madam Chair.
Thank you, councillors. Just in response to the comments raised, I will be supporting all 5 of the recommendations. And I just note particularly on recommendation 4 that COVID impacted our CCOs in diverse ways. And they're still working through some of the impacts of that. So the Regent haven't asked for any more money, they've already had it. They came to us in the COVID time and asked for additional money then. The Globe have looked for an increase to their ongoing grant. That's the way that they've chosen to reflect on the issues and opportunities that they face. And Te Manawa have brought us a different value proposition. I'd be interested to see more detail. I think you've heard that clearly around the table, that people want to see what that $250,000 might get us, and I'm sure you can provide that background. But for me, this is the right time in the process to refer it to the annual budget, to be considered alongside all the other requests that we will receive at that time, and look at the value for our community in each of those requests and make that decision then. So we'll take 4 separately, and we'll come to that second, but first we'll put recommendations 1, 2, 3 and 5 that are on the screen in front of you. I've read those already, so I won't do that again, and I will ask you to vote on those. Carried unanimously, 14 votes for. And then we'll move to recommendation 4, referring to Manawa Museums Trust request for an additional $250,000 to the annual budget deliberations. Ask you to vote on that. That's carried with 11 votes in favour and 3 against. We're going to break for lunch now. Apologies to the Regent who've gone for an early lunch. And we'll be back in the chamber at 2:20, please, to move to the Regent's reporting.